think it was a Honda, a 99 that we drive and play Nirvana. It never started right away, it didn't wanna let me get too far from here. I was still too young to realize that these summertime drives, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda, I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I'm running out of karma, I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side I feel stronger than I've ever been before. Ever been before, ever been before. Still too young to realize that these summertime drives, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda, I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I'm running out of karma, I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side I feel stronger than I've ever been before. Ever been before, ever been before. It any longer, but with you by my side I feel stronger than I've ever been before, ever been before, ever been before.
Okay, let's.
I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind. When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. Might run out of time, so why can't we just pause and press rewind? When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. The group stages last week were, the qualifiers last week were absolutely insane. And now we are hopping into our first day of groups. For anyone who is wondering, there are going to be 3 days of groups. Today is Group A versus Group B. Tomorrow, I believe, is Group B versus Group C. And then the day after is going to be Group A versus Group C. If you guys are interested in seeing what team is in what group, make sure to go and check out this Real3 Twitter. Check out the leaderboards. You can see a breakdown of where everyone is. D-Rich, how are you feeling going into this tonight?
Oh man, I'm looking forward to it. I thought I was really impressed with the stage right before this, which was still technically opens, right? So you don't always expect a super high level from that, but man, we definitely received a super high level of gameplay from those guys. So seeing them come in, seeing how they compete with these already qualified group stage dudes who are a lot of times veterans and pretty seasoned rosters, sometimes rosters that have been together for some time. I'm excited to see how it plays out, man. These guys are good. New fresh talent trying to make a name for themselves. They always play a little bit with a chip on their shoulder. So I'm excited to see these guys, if they can, just let loose, have fun, and really focus on just playing their game and not getting intimidated by any sort of lobby. I'm not trying to downplay these guys coming in from the opens, but that's just sometimes how it goes with the vets and the new guys. So I just want to see everyone come out swinging, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. These guys are good, so it'll be good games.
Yeah, I am so excited, especially to be able to see some of the more seasoned name playing against kind of these newer teams with kind of a lot of UA team players as well, that anyone who watches a lot of PCS might not be familiar with. So you'll see a lot of faces that maybe you haven't seen before, but there are definitely some fraggers that, both the established teams and the newer teams have. Now, are there any teams that have really caught your eye going into this, looking at the groups? Because I know I have a big old list right here of teams that I'm looking forward to. Have we lost D-Rich?
Sorry about my internet just flickered, I think. I heard everything you just said really, really fast. Where are we at? Sorry.
I'm just wondering if you have any teams that you're specifically going to be looking out for over this weekend.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I just kind of froze there for a second. But I think some teams to look out for will be gas cans. I think they're going to be solid. I'm really curious to see what Adam's going to be like playing with them. That'll be cool. And then also a team like Dodge is one to look out for. But speaking of the opens teams, I don't know if No Org is playing tonight. I don't think they are, but that's going to be a team I'm super excited to look for. As far as tonight goes, Fury is one that I'm excited from the OST region. We didn't get to see any. Correct me if I'm wrong. Were there any OST teams in the opens? I think
there were no OST teams that made it out of opens. Let's put it like that. They did not have the best performance.
So I'm excited to see those guys ping abuse a little bit, and they're all really good players on Fury. So yeah, it'll be a lot of fun to watch them for sure.
Yeah, and Fury as well, coming off a second place at the JBL Quantum Cup. Out of all the teams that have played, it feels like they're one of the teams that have played most recently, and we can really gauge their performance. But at the same time, they haven't had the opportunity to really play on the NA stage for a while, the Americas stage, which is what we're going to see. So how do you think teams like Fury are really going to adapt from that kind of APAC style of play, I should say, and moving over to the Americas play where things can kind of unfold a little different?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's always so fascinating to see the difference in play from the different regions. It really is just super cool. Each region kind of has their own form of the meta at the time. NA is wild sometimes, and I know OS can be as well, but nothing against nothing against the OS region at all. There are some of the best players of the world that come from those regions, but it is a little bit different sometimes going from region to region, especially dealing with the ping. But sometimes I think American teams, they feel a little bit confident going against those teams. I'm just from what I've heard in conversation. So I think it's definitely time for OS to come out swinging, and I know they can. They all know that they can. So I think they'll perform fine. To answer your question plainly, I think OS will do just fine. I think they're totally capable. So Fury is definitely one to look out for.
Well, I mean, if there is going to be an OC team to do it, it is going to be Fury. I believe they're the only OC team that is playing in these groups tonight, but keep an eye out because we will be seeing Team Bliss as well, also going to be playing tomorrow. They are one that I am so excited to see play on kind of the Americas level. But we talk about these top tier O teams. There are some absolutely top tier NA teams here, and one of those I really want to focus on is Slappers Only. They're one of those teams that they kind of came out of nowhere. We saw players like Hambino playing on the team, players that, I mean, a lot of people questioned how they were going to perform in a competitive setting, you know, being out of the competitive scene for quite a while. But they really came out of nowhere, out in Challenger Series, worked all the way up to PCS, and we actually saw them taking 5th place in DreamHack. And an interesting note here, out of all the teams in DreamHack, they are the highest, they are like the top team that is not in Korea right now, and they are playing in this event. And I mean, picking up Drassel as well, a player that, I mean, we haven't seen him play comp in such a long time. They are going to be a very exciting roster to watch.
Yeah, you know, when you asked me who I was excited to watch, that was definitely one of them. I didn't mention them though, because they kind of slipped my mind for a second. But Sophia and Memo, I've had the chance and the opportunity to play with both of them. They're both just crazy cool people, and the way their brain thinks, it's like it's wired differently. You know, there's some of those people that just in the best type of way. And then Hambino, you know, we all are pretty familiar with him, I'd say. Super awesome mechanical player, has a good head on his shoulders too, and it's great to see Drassel back in the scene. That's going to be like a fun team that a lot of people can relate to some of the personalities with, but you know, nothing along the lines of a streamer team in terms of performance. These guys are bona fide professionals in a lot of ways, so I think those guys are gonna put on a show for sure. So I'm excited to watch Slappers for sure.
Yeah, I do feel like Slappers in particular, in the past, one of their weaknesses, like going into the PCS, is they didn't really have like a strong IGL. But now that they've got Sophia on the team, I feel like he's going to perform really well, bringing that like competitive way of thinking. I mean, not to say that they don't have that competitive way of thinking, but it is definitely a frag-heavy team. I think Sophia is one of those players that is able to kind of take a step back and kind of analyze exactly what Slappers are going to be doing. So I think seeing that squad is going to be amazing to watch tonight, obviously.
I completely agree. And Sophia coming from a different region as well. Well, at least taking form in a different region to the world stage, right, on GEX back in last year's Worlds. So just about 365 days ago-ish. I mean, he's obviously high caliber, internationally competing. So it's interesting. You have Memo from Europe, and then Sophia from...
I think he's Singapore.
It's over there. It's really close to that one way or another. He had like 350 ping without a VPN, so he's up there. And then you have Drassel and Hambino from the NA. So it's cool to see like all sorts of different regions coming together to make a really cool, fun team that's also just really solid on the leaderboards as well.
Now, we are hopping into the game in just a minute. We've got about a minute left for that. But one team I want to touch on real quick before we do that is actually going to be Nightly. Now, Nightly are one of those names. It feels like they've been around kind of tier 2 PUBG for a while. It's a recognizable name, but with a relatively new roster, Sneak Attack IGLing, they won Season 5 of Quarantine League. They won 303 contenders. They have been absolutely popping off. And recently, they have been grinding so hard. They've been playing in Chinese scrims, Korean scrims, EU scrims. They have been prepping so hard for this. So that is one of those teams I really want to keep out for. And I did have the chance to speak to Sneak Attack before tonight, and he said to definitely keep an eye on them because they're going to be switching up their method of play. He didn't want me to go into detail, but they're going to be switching up the way they play. And I think that's going to be a very exciting one for them.
Awesome. I totally agree. They've been around for a while, but you know, those are one of those teams that maybe come out with a little chip on their shoulder, like, hey, it's time for us to prove ourselves. We're tired of being considered a tier 2 team, or not exactly tier 1. You know, we are tier 1. We're going to prove that we're tier 1. So I'm excited to see them play. I always like watching teams like that really have something to prove play. And like you said, I mean, maybe changing some stuff up. It's going to be exciting to watch them. They were playing really solid PUBG in the open, so it'll be a good time, I think, for sure.
But, ladies and gentlemen, we have spent enough time talking about PUBG. Now it's time to watch some as we hop into our first game of the evening. It's going to be a wrangle and a kind of an interesting plane here. Any specific thoughts on what we're going to see off of this plane, D-Rich? It's the first game of the tournament. Anything maybe spicy that you might expect to come out here?
Well, any early game confrontations, right, that we don't know how scrims have been going, if people have been hot dropping each other, there's going to be some congestion, maybe over by the Novo Milta Bridge, people trying to get all the way to Milta Power Prison Shelter, all of that. There's not enough hard spawns for every team, right? So I'd be interested to see if there is any congestion there on that lower east side of the map. But I mean, obviously, we're looking at more of a Western circle here with this plane path. It just really depends on whether or not these teams have had some issues that have been unsettled in scrims that still need to be settled on the big stage. So maybe some early game hot drops. I'm looking forward to that. I hope that's the case. We'll see, though.
Speaking of early game fights, we could actually take a look at Millie Base. We do see a lot of teams that could potentially end up landing there. They do appear to kind of have themselves an area each, but I'm not sure what the plan is here for Slappers, as they're going to be kind of separated, you know, not really getting a strong loot spot. Maybe going to try and rotate to Novo here, but I mean, they could end up bumping into Duel very quickly. And Duel as well, Sharpshot going to be playing on that team today from Korea, so he's definitely going to have a rough time, but I mean, it's always exciting to watch Sharpshot play.
Oh, it absolutely is. And Slappers will surely play for the Novo loot. Hopefully not run into Duel here. Duel maybe floating for a boat. I'm not sure. I see them on the map kind of all joining up near the water. But it is going to be a milli circle, so Slappers might be...
way to start.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Slappers might be hitting a quick U-turn and getting as soon as they can right to that compound in the south. I haven't actually looted the docks down there at the very south. Do you know if that's solid loot? Is that able for them to kind of split up and loot that and just kind of salvage some loot? What are your thoughts on that, Chunks?
I definitely wouldn't want to four-man it. Let's put it like this. But let's not forget, it is competitive loot settings. Loot rate is a lot higher than it typically is in public games that you may be familiar with. So take that into account when looking at the loot. As we do see Slappers, they are going to kind of be rotating through, and it's going to be interesting to see how they pull this off here, because 4 players, 1 vehicle, and not the strongest compounds to be able to loot.
Yeah, not at all. Sometimes you can get lucky and find the triple 6x house where you just kit your entire team, but this is going to be a circle that really is going to be range intensive. There's going to be knocks that have to be necessary if you don't get the circle, and you just have to be able to pose a threat at range. So red dotting an SKS really isn't the best play here. So these guys are mechanically nuts, right? But so is everyone at this point in time. And if you're looking down the sights of an iron or a red dot or even a 2x, 3x, like up against an 8x, you're just not in a position to really take that fight confidently. So it's important. Loot's just as important as positioning, you know, and some people, that's why they play the edge. I know Gas in particular, although they're in the middle right now, they love playing the edge because they can get as much loot as they want, leave on their timers, and you know, do what they need to do with the amount of loot that they want to have. So it just all depends on the play style, and both are definitely effective.
Yeah, and we did actually see Young Kings. They started to make an early rotate down towards the base. They're definitely prepped for this circle already. Now, what I think will be interesting is we talked about this last time. Gas cans typically, even when they get one of these milli circles, they want to kind of play out to the edge. They want to have as many rotation options as possible. And actually, real quick, we'll hop on board with this fight over with T8. Is actually William going to be able to get the towards Roger now from Noorg. He's going to be going out, and that's going to be our first kill of the group stages. And Noorg down to 3-man. I'm not sure what that play was doing all the way over there, as it seems like they're going for kind of a school app split. There should be plenty of loot for them around school, but definitely you do want to flex out a little, get control over as many compounds, you know. But I mean, Tactical 8, I wanted to talk about these guys.
Yeah.
Pretty rough first day in the last round of group stages, but they definitely made it back in the second, and we saw them make a huge comeback. I don't know about you, but I am so looking forward to see how these guys perform.
I really want to see them continue to do it, because TAC 8 has been a team that's been kind of weird sometimes. I think it was a couple splits ago where they got first place, or at least second place in the what am I thinking of, the PCS QUALS, right, to get into the PCS their next round of qualifiers. What do you call it? Contenders. I think they did really well there, and then they go into a higher tier lobby and they don't quite perform just as they did. So I want to see them finally kind of just continue to keep that form that they clearly just, I mean, it wasn't even funny last weekend. They put on a show. They won how many games? They got, I think, what was it, like 70, 80 points in 6 games? It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
they
So,
absolutely popped off in that second day. They were down in like 15th or something, and they managed to make it all the way up to first in one day. It just shows how strong of a team they are. But I mean, all these teams, they're going to start rotating down and down on the Millie base. We do actually see that gas cans are going to be rotating in towards Young Kings here, so this could end up being a bit of a rough one potentially, as I don't think Gas were expecting Young Kings. Let's not forget, these two teams, they're from different regions. They don't really scrim against each other all that often, so there's definitely the possibility that Young Kings could throw a spanner in the works here for gas cans. As we mentioned earlier, they like, even when they get these melee-based circles, moving off to the edge and playing edge, and Young Kings might kind of be the remedy to that for this lobby.
yeah, very possibly. And Slappers down below them, I saw Nikos actually go out and scout Drassel where he is now, and they were looking to take that as well. So Slapper's kind of sneaking in behind them as well, creates even more issues for their desire to play that that coastline, because, man, look at this circle. Boats, I would assume, are definitely going to be used. And you know gas cans are trying to blow up as many boats as they can every single military game. So they're unfortunately going to have to resort to maybe the Grandma's Hill with a split down to the flat tops at the bottom of it, which is totally fine. That's what most teams would do, right? But they're oftentimes looking for those more off-the-wall plays that result in a lot of kills and playing from that edge, because that is the style that they do prefer.
Definitely. And I mean, it's going to be interesting now, as Nightly going to be taking those boats across that we already spoke about. And it seems like that Millie base is getting kind of congested. I do kind of wonder, in terms of gas cans, how will this affect them now, as they have been playing this strat for a while? Like, even back when you were on this roster, they were kind of playing this Millie base strat.
Yeah,
how
man,
will that kind of switch things up here?
I blew up a boat or two on gas can. Well, at the time, 303, I guess. But yeah, that similar roster, and they'll be fine. They can adapt. They've played PUBG enough to where they're like, hey, yeah, okay, we're center this game. Let's play a good center game, and we're gonna see what we can do later into the game. They'll be fine. They'll keep a good split. They'll keep their space around them. They know which angles to watch, all the pressure points. So they should be totally fine here. They just have to kind of result to, all right, well, we didn't get the edge. That's fine. We have to keep in mind that we have a team on our edge, and I know for sure Honey Badger hates that. He hates it when the team's behind him, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see an attempt to make sure to clear that edge at the very earliest convenience. So a team like YK in the back needs to pay attention. A team from inside the circle isn't oftentimes looking to go out and kill the team on the edge, right? But Gascans is definitely one of those teams that would be doing that, creating as much space as they possibly can for themselves. So that's something to look out for.
Yeah, we do see Flamey here from NoCap. I mean, NoCap, Beamy absolutely dominated in the qualifiers. Yeah. He popped off. And now having Flamey on this roster as well, like, things are looking big here for NoCap, because these are two insane fraggers over in EU, and I'd love to see how they adapt. They are going to kind of be pulling up over towards Valor now, as it seems like Valor going to be potentially waiting for that ferry to make a cross here. I can't say I've ever seen anyone actually use the ferry in comp before.
Me either, man. And I think it is there right now. It's just invisible. It's just some quality PUBG rendering. We've all been there. It's fine. I think they are going to take that ferry. And that'll be interesting. I'm with you. I've never seen the ferry actually used in competitive. I haven't played competitive since it's been involved. So that's an interesting one. I think Nightly did take 2 boats, by the way. They definitely did.
Yeah, Nightly took 2 boats. I mean, partly to kind of bank on that kind of camp from one of these teams over on the coast, but I think it was also a big chunk of that is actually denying those vehicles to other teams. There's no all going to be rotating in as well here. They're starting to work down towards this Millie base, and I have to say it's already looking stacked. Is actually Vinny going to be heading straight in towards the shelters now, as Duel going to be kind of holding up in this position. Just a reminder, Sharp Shot playing from Korea right now, filling in for, I believe, Gats wasn't able to make it in, so that's going to be a team to watch out for, specifically Sharp, because we all know players love VPN into Korea. The question is, how will it be coming back? Because now Vinny going to be opening up with some shots. Nice headshot there over on towards Viha. As actually Rizola, he's going to be moving up on top of this ridge, and no one want to try and engage. Duel have already dipped out in the vehicles, but now the question is, what can they play? Are they going to play the planes this early? Because they can be some very, very open positions. It looks like instead, potentially just going to play these dips, heal up, and then group up with the rest of the team now.
Yeah, and I love the aggression from Noorg. Even without the headshot call, like the Balkan and Rizola were going off of any shots. They were crashing that bunker. Yes, the team Duel was leaving, right? But they're sending it, right? They're not worried about it. The confidence is there. Even as a 3-man, losing one early, they know, hey, guys, you just got to reset. It looks like we do have NoCap finding a boat, which good luck for them. That's nice. I don't. They leave Enigma in the dust though. But yeah, I love seeing that aggression from Noorg, and that those dips that Duel pulled up into. That's a great strong position for them. If that circle comes back east, they're going to be paid very nicely, as we saw. I think. That there was a game that finished just right around there in the opens, and that split from the dips and the ATC was really nice.
Yep, we do see Fury. They're going to be making their rotate across now. A little late, but better than never, as now, tactically, they tried to set up a bit of a bridge camp here. Steezy does manage to connect with one shot on towards Flood, as now he's just going to drop down prone, wants to take the SLR shots over towards him, but doesn't look like it's really going to be able to connect here. Sad to see no more Glucose Father on the T8 roster.
Oh, man, I know. You don't get to see Steezy's alias anymore. I love that name, but... man, this circle is actually keeping more water in it than I thought it possibly could have. We got comments and Enigma blessed with a little bit more time to stay on the north and maybe look for a swim across eventually. But teams like Gas Cans, No Cap, CREX, Dodge, I mean, all these teams are in sick positions to really play the rest of the circle no matter where this goes. So, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for the teams that are outside of this circle to work into these really strong positions into this zone. I mean, you can send it through, but you're kind of just blind at that point. These hills don't allow for a lot of deep sight lines. There's not a lot of scouting that goes past compound to compound. So, yeah, nice tire pop coming out there.
Yeah, Gas Cans with a really nice tire pop on towards Young Kings. And the question here is, are they going to have a similar play style to what Gas Cans do? Because it almost seems like they're playing the edges early. They're getting control of edge compounds. They're not afraid to go for some wide splits. Now, I have to say, Young Kings, one of those teams I've not personally casted before. They're an SA team. I haven't really got too much experience with that region, but I think they're going to be one of those very interesting squads. They've got really strong performance in the past. They were one of the teams that was invited to the group stage, and I just can't wait to see it, especially Andy FPS. That's a name that's been around for a while now.
It has. It's been around for a long while, and I'm with you there. I'm not as familiar with these guys as I am the others, but I hope to become familiarized with them and their play style and the aggression that they hold or the passivity that they hold, and just kind of figure out how they are as players. And I want to see them show up. So let's see. Nice little strategic position coming out from Grant Lantis here. They might be expecting some company in the form of Nightly. Looks like they are. I don't know how they know about them, but they do. I guess the boats.
Yeah, did Valor take the ferry all the way? Yeah, they took the ferry all the way over here, and now they're just going to kind of be chilling. This is going to be interesting to see. As Nightly, they're going to start to move over towards this. I think they have an idea that there could be players on here, but realistically, how many players do you know that play the boat in comp? As actually Sharp Shot, we spoke about him earlier. He's going to be our first player knock now, as a Crash going to be able to get the knock on towards him. Not really much going on, but we'll stick over on towards Valor for the time being, as Nightly just slowly but surely starting to sweep through. Valor just saying nope to this. They're staying on the boat. They're going to hop out, and it actually looks like Colton has kind of swam over towards that cliff, and they could potentially pull up on towards Slappers here. Sophia going to be looking out over to this area, but he's actually focused more on towards Nightly than he is over towards this ferry now. This could end up working out big for Valor.
It really could, and Nightly's in a pickle. They're the zone on their back right now. They have to go, I mean, in the middle of the open, quite literally. They can send it in front of Slap. It's just whether or not they assume that compound is taken, and being from boats, they don't have vehicles, so I don't know what they're going to do here, as Sophia's really looking at that bolt. Oh, he may have just spotted something. I think he just marked something.
Yeah, and this is interesting here for Sophia. He is playing on extremely high ping, and we all know how hard bolting can be on ping, but he's definitely going to give it a go. Shows how much of a nutter he is, but over on the northern side, we do see Dodge. They're going to open up onto a fight against T8. As Zealot and William going to be getting traded out as well. William gets flushed out. Steezy, the last one standing here, 48, takes down Lampalot, so big knocks coming out as Danny G and Finn are a little bit far away. Danny decides to pull up inside of the buggy. He's got himself the barrel, looking out for Steezy. He knows he's around here somewhere, but I mean, Dodge, they've already picked up a point. They're looking for more. Danny goes down as well. Steezy popping off right now. Glucose Father himself just getting knocks left, right, and center over on towards Dodge now. He's going to be looking for the final kill, but first he wants to get Zealot up and back into the fight.
And Vinny does finish off Danny G, taking one of the points, but definitely confirming one for T8. So not all bad to T8 that kill gets stolen. They should know where Leda was knocked relatively, so their eyes might be glancing that direction. But really nice job from Steezy. I was really impressed right there. He played that really well. He didn't go for the res immediately. He looked for the next knock that he knew he had. Really well played from him. See Slappers moving into the circle here, sending one further in. Drassel holding down a little spot in the zone. Say, all right, guys, take your time. Hold out whoever you need to hold out back there. As it does look like the rest of the team is coming to join him now. But he definitely has an anchor spot in the zone for this next circle, and it's going to start getting really compact here.
Yeah, we do see Enigma. They tried to send it in as Yaxley takes down one. Going to be getting traded out. JR also eliminated. There's now 2 players left up here for Enigma. Take it. They are very, very far away. Comet's going to be kind of pinned down in this position. They can't really move out too much. They don't have the best to cover, but they are just beaming on towards Beams here as Heikeman with some big damage tags up Ripper as well. Beam's going to be able to get inside. But, I mean, this is one of those circles where teams played on the edge for so long. As now the zone closes in, it's going to force them together, and things are going to get very, very messy. As we do see T8, they managed to get Zealot back into the fight, but Finna and Later also both up. So Dodge and T8 in a 2v2. They don't have to move for the time being. Systematico is being kind of camped out on the bridge here. Not only can they not make a cross down to the south, they also have Illusion down behind who are going to be taking some big shots. Illusion did get a player knocked. They've managed to get the res. As let's not forget, Systematicos, they're playing as a 3-man right now. They only have 2 players in the game. So it is going to be very, very hard to hold, especially if they end up getting another player knocked here. As Illusion are just going to be doing everything they can to land shots, but those vehicles are just getting tagged up. Freemy finally coming in from the north to try and provide some support. And you really do wonder, could Illusion maybe just end up sending it in towards these guys here?
Very possibly. When you only have 2 dudes, right, it's sometimes hard to even combat 4 guys just driving into you. Even if they just literally hit in front of you, get out, and start shooting you. The time to kill in PUBG is fast, but not oftentimes fast enough to do a quick little, you know, 4 transfer, right? So definitely possible. As Icy actually sending it closer, he's getting some cover fire from his team. So this is the part where having 4 players really comes in handy, pushing a team of 2, and kind of a long cook there. I don't know. This might be a little short. It is a little bit short.
At least it's going to make Systematicos a little nervous now. As Icy flexing out, Sneak Attack actually going to go down to the blue here. That's an interesting one, but in comes the flashbang, and it looks like Icy is kind of ready for this. He wants to take this fight, as how he does try to peek out, does some damage over on towards Ribeiro, but not going to be enough. As more and more flashbangs now, he's just blinding these guys left, right, and center, going to give the rest of Illusion the opportunity to start making a push. He peeks out, gets the knock off towards Dinosaur. Can he take down the second? Not quite, as Ribeiro still pinned down, but Illusion making a push as a team. A very nice kill coming out from Icy as he finishes off Systematicos, and they go down early. But looking at this zone, we do see Honey Badger was knocked and knocked again by Slappers. Young King's going to be sending it in. Slappers doing the same, as now just so many teams going to be fighting for so few compounds. Sophia with a big spray over on towards 1, 2, 3 players down from Young Kings. Only 1 player going to be left up for them, but it's definitely going to be a rough one now, as he is going to be in a 1v4 up against this God squad of Slappers. And we said it earlier, it's a team of fraggers. They are definitely showing that right now.
This is their comfort zone, right? Pushing a building. It's like a public match at this point in time. No macro matters anymore. They're doing the micro mistake, or the micro combat, right, in this building. And Sophia really okay, well, Hambino getting a little bit overzealous, but I mean, I don't know if YK, he's looking to push up this. He sees the knock come out, a little bit of damage back towards him, as Drassel's debating whether or not he should push up. Just like that.
There it is.
Nice peeks from Drassel. Nice play from the Slappers, keeping 4 up. Not even close. They had to knock one of themselves to make it closer.
But, I mean, this is so tense right now. As we do see Enigma, they're going to be taking a fight. They do get Ripper knocked. As No Cap also going to be making a push on towards this position. Hickerman going to be getting a little bit aggressive here for Comets, but let's not forget, No Cap moving in behind Valor. As Beanie gets the opening knock on towards Jeppy, Plube going to be low on ammo. He has to be a little careful here. Addict going to be playing the side angle. I mean, there's just so many fights going on in this area. Comets also going to be taking a fight up against Beams here up to the north, but I mean, we do see Valor, they're kind of in a dip. This isn't a great position, as now Beams getting naded out. He will be able to take down one from Comets. Addict knocking, hitting some big shots, I should say, on towards Grant Lantis, as he is pinned down behind the tree. Smoke grenades coming out for a little bit of cover, as now Hitman going to be going down for Comets. 11 teams remaining, and it feels like these teams have just been wiped so quickly. Nice SLR spam coming out from Addict there, but he does get taken out from long range by Colton. So, I mean, very, very impressive, but No Cap now. They have to kind of run the gauntlet down into this ridge. There's 2 players left up by Valor, and I mean, Plube is just sending it down this hill into the smokes right now.
This is so difficult because Illusion, they did a great job of third-party comments off Beam's knock, and they just have a full 4-man looking down on this, like you said, kind of a valley, and it's just running the gauntlet exactly. It's just really hard for these teams. and actually a nice knock comes out onto Top Dog, so they might be able to capitalize a little bit off of this, but Valor's just in a really hard position here, as it is just Colton, and we have a 4-man of Illusion right above him remaining. He might get the flush here, though, looking for a 1 point, as Matthew, I think, is just straight W keying along with Icy Flex. So the next circle, I mean, it's not on either of these teams. They have to come off of a hill, and there's not a whole lot of places to go, especially with T8 and Dodge still staking it out on the north with the yellows. So we'll see what happens there. It's Colton trying to hit some nice shots, doesn't quite land any. I mean, this is tough. He does get the flush, right? So I mean, nice job, Colton, reacting to the third party and getting a point out of it. But he's going to try his best here as he's sandwiching me and pushing Free Me as 1 HP with the nade, looking for the peaks. Molly does catch him on fire. That's tough, man. That's nothing he could do there. Nice try, Colton.
Let's not forget, though, Beamy's still behind this. He could potentially take fight on towards Illusion here. We do see gas cans going out in 10, but over on this northern side, the fight about to kick off between Dodge and T8 again, as the zone is going to force T8 in. Dodge can hold it kind of longer, as actually Illusion also going to be flexing up to the north, looking to try and get eyes on towards this fight for the third party. But I mean, Steezy for the time being, just playing kind of slow, wants to be careful, knows that Dodge could be anywhere. Nice nade coming out from Leaders. He does land a little bit of damage, not going to be enough, however. Zealot with only 49 bullets. He has to make these count as Steezy going to be going down. Zealot spots out one, knows Finna's inside the smoke somewhere, just doesn't know where he's going to peek from. That second player from Dodge could come in for some support, but Zealot just slowly and surely sweeping. Spots out both of them, takes down Later. Is he going to be able to take down the second? Not looking like it. As Finna returns the fire, goes for the heal, but I'm not sure whether he'll be able to get the res on later with the zone moving in. Beamy takes down Icy, but he's quickly eliminated as no cap going down in 8th as well.
Nice job there. Almost really close from Zealot. I thought he had it. He had the gun for it. Just a little bit off through the smoke. And, you know, nice job. No org actually keeping the north pretty controlled here. They have a lot of real estate for themselves, and they might try and keep Dodge from getting into this next circle. As Slapper is looking for another play to... Oh, well, actually some nice knocks come out from the CREX, and they're looking for a play into the zone, right? They know that they have to basically infiltrate these houses that seem to have 4 guys in it. And so it's going to be tough for them. They can smoke push. They look for a knock. Sophia might still have a bolt. I'm not sure. This is the time when bolts really do shine in comp. Not too many other times, but Rizola does get a knock on the north on Dodge. So he is looking to hold out that north. If they're able to do that, that creates so much space for them for the rest of the game. So nice job from them, as Dodge does go out to the other side of the map from Freemy. Nice shots coming out from Freemy, and this leaves no org, an entire northeast quarter to play. So really nice job from them. As we see Duel chilling in the center. I think, how long have they been in the center? I think they've been there for quite some time. Illusion looking to maybe push across, but no org's going to be putting out some shots. I mean, I don't know if...
Yep, we are going to real quick hop in towards some team comms as we do hear Slappers. They're going to be forced to make a big push into the zone. So let's see how they end up playing this.
I took all it. I took everything.
Yo, we do this too early though. The hill's going to beam us. We should have waited a little bit.
Fine. Therefore, lots of smokes. Oh.
You want me to take this car as a distraction?
Yes, maybe one take the car, and then me and Rusty gonna run. We're gonna run together, okay?
One is peeking backside?
Yeah, backside left.
Okay, you help me.
I almost... I hit.
Oh, okay. That's a nice nade. I'm still in a smoke. I'm dropping one smoke on me. Dropping one more smoke.
Oh, Ham's going. I'm raising Ham. This smoke's fading. I should have just ran.
Yeah. That's my bad.
Smoke cleared. Fuck. Thought I was there.
Anti.
They blocked the door. The door's blocked with the bite.
And some nice try from those guys. I mean, that's a tough push for them. A nice nade took out Sophia as soon as they started the push, and really from that, they didn't have a whole lot of momentum. CREX just throwing utility, making it really hard for Hambino to do anything. So good try from them. I mean, like I said, it's hard to do, but Illusion actually did make it across the street in the meantime. Fury is on the southeast side of No Org, and this is going to be 3 teams that are still 3 to 4 men up. So this is going to be a big fight coming out here. This is going to be a lot of the rest of the circle to this team who comes out of this 1v3 or 3v3, I guess I should say.
Yep, I mean, Febuary here, one of those really, really stacked squads we saw coming into this. 3 kills already, and they're in the top 5. As I mean, Slappers were eliminated. It's going to be interesting to see how Febuary end up playing this. They have been able to get the res, but with the third party coming in now from Illusion, they could end up doing a lot of damage on towards No-Org. Vinny tries to pop up over the top, but it looks like Febuary back to a 4-man. They're going to try and start engaging. Freemy moving down to the south as well as Duel and a Crash also going to be taking a big fight. They're going to be able to trade out the knock on towards him. Vinny just doing everything he can here with that Mini 14, trying to land something. Ronan peeks up, takes down Vinny. Balkan trying to trade it out, but a huge headshot on towards Ronan as Balkan now just absolutely pinned down over at this rock. I mean, Insight going to be getting flushed out as well, so Febuary in a bit of a bad position with only 2 players left up. They know roughly where this final player is going to be, but they don't kind of have a certain clue as the Molotov will come out. Is it going to land close enough? It does catch Balkan on fire. Spray comes out from Flood, but not quite landed as Balkan still for the time being going to be holding the back of this rock. No-Org, they need to try and get the res on towards Vinny, but it's not going to happen as Febuary with 6 kills so far make it into our top 4, eliminating No-Org.
Oh, man, and this circle just centers right up on Illusion. And Illusion didn't take the opportunity to third party that I really thought they might have. I think Icy and Matthew were getting a res, but still, I mean, I thought they might take a little bit more aggression towards that as we see a fight finishing up between Duel and Crash. And we have 2 members of Duel remaining and 1 member of Crash across the street, neither of which are in the zone. Illusion really has to figure out where they want to hold. Like, what are their pressure points, right? Do they need to hold the south, clear out their south, and then play the entire west to east of this ridge? And then worry about Fury, or are they going to try to keep Fury from pushing? It's just going to be all about how they want to play it. As Guerra's I mean, he has a task at hand, right? He's got to cross the street. He's got 3 members up on a hill looking down at him. He's got 2 members of Duel, or excuse me, 3 members of Duel still in the house, healthy and ready to go. And Duel is going to have a better shot here to play out, but still just as difficult as Guerra's really. So you have the 3 members of Fury looking at anything east, and then Illusion kind of just spiraling on the top, looking at a 360-degree view. So it's tough for anyone that's really not in the zone here. There's not a lot to play. Maybe some vehicles, but I mean, the only play would be to get right in their face. So I'm curious to see what Duel does here. They might try and smoke up onto the hill with Illusion. It looks like some smokes do come out. I'm curious to see if they drive or if they try to walk it. I would assume they play through the west side of Illusion's hill here, but it's up to Fury and Illusion from keeping them from coming out of this compound at all.
Yep, and Febuary here, they're not quite in the zone either, so they do kind of have to make a push into Illusion. So the question is, are the shots they're taking down towards Duel the right play? I think they realize they have to make a push. There's a huge headshot coming out from Blood there. Absolutely insane. As I mean, Freemy, he's going to be flanking off to the north, and it kind of looks like Illusion. They're just trying to refocus their attention on towards Febuary as they realize this push is coming in. But Wooly going to be hopping into the vehicle, crossing over the street. Oh, surely not. Is he going to be able to get the knock? No, he isn't able to connect through the smoke. So, I mean, a Crash are still alive, but surely he's called this out to the rest of Duel now, as actually sends it in towards Icy. Gazera going to be going down now. A Crash eliminated in 4th position. Via going to be the one to get the kill, but he quickly gets traded out by Icy. Cherry just playing this tree as best he can. Fury made the pull up. They're inside zone right now, and they have Ronan holding that backside, providing cover. Cherry watching this ridge, knows that Cow's going to be up here somewhere, as I think maybe he spotted the head out just about. There it is. Spray coming out from Cherry, but why kick a moo Cow with the return fire over on towards Cherry. Duel now with only 1 player left up. Via going to be going down to zone, and that is absolutely huge right there for Furious. Now they can refocus their attention on towards Illusion as Duel tried to get the res off onto this. Blood with huge sprays over on towards Freemy as he's forced to back off now.
Yeah, Flood with some nice shots, but a nicely placed grenade takes him down. That's their frontliner, right? That's Fury's front line, keeping Illusion at bay. Illusion doesn't quite know that, but they're starting to push over little by little, and they take another knock on Rana. This just leaves Waikikamuka to himself, and he does take that, or no, excuse me, yeah, Cherry does get taken down, and just like that, Illusion pushes over the ridge, and that nicely placed grenade, I mean, that just opened it all up for them. The rest of Fury down the hill from them, I mean, there was no really counterplay for Fury. They had no cover. Illusion really nice right there. Really passive, not really passive, really smart, really calculated gameplay right there from Illusion. So nice win, guys.
And we can see a 13 kill win. That's pretty huge here. I love this match statistics scene that we get to see at the end. Now, Fury,
right?
Even though they may not have got the most kills, they were farming damage consistently throughout that game there. I mean, they got some big assists going on, but I mean, over 2k damage in 1 game for that 4-man, that is absolutely huge for them. very impressive indeed. And we were talking about Fury so much going into this game. I can't wait to see how they maybe adapt their playstyle, because it feels like so far this is kind of their first game. This is their chance to adapt. It's going to be interesting to see how in the next couple games we see them kind of adjust and improve and kind of switch over to the NA style of play as opposed to like the OS or the APAC style that they're kind of used to.
Absolutely. And, we also have to mention they had to deal with duel, right? Waikikamuka had a nice knock on Cherry in a 1v1. And then they also had to deal with another solo, which I believe was Wooly, right? So nicely played from Fury to really kind of deal with an alternative threat that Illusion didn't even have to worry about. Illusion had the high ground. They were coming over the top. They could see everything. They had the cover. They could peek at their will. So nicely played from Illusion for sure, but also hats off to Fury from really being put in between a rock and a hard place, pulling up on that ridge and having to deal with duel coming out of that compound as well. So nicely played to them. I think, we like you said, we talked about it. I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue to perform. Good job to those guys coming to this game.
Yeah, and very, very impressive indeed. But real quick, we're going to take a short break just until the next game, and then we will be back with the leaderboards before game number 2. I will see you guys very shortly. And we are back. What a really impressive game there coming out from Illusion as they do take the chicken dinner. We do have Matthew here, I believe the newest player of Illusion. Now, Matthew, you had a pretty strong game coming in. You kind of got bridge camped, but you were able to work through it, get into a strong position. How did that game kind of unfold for you? Any specific standouts that made it tough for you?
No standouts that made it tough. We knew going into the last fight that Fury had a lot of zone control, so we were kind of we weren't really playing to fight Duel in the last three-way fight. We were playing to kill Fury because killing Duel for us there doesn't really open much up. We need to get picks on Fury. We did get bridge camped, kind of we forced them to bridge camp us pretty much. It wasn't like a grief bridge camp or anything, but they were kind of just forced to play there. But we knew they were a 2-man, so we took our time, cleared them out. I think it was STS, I believe, there. Yeah. And yeah, we were just kind of playing slow from the north side, trying to take our time, make sure that nobody could play behind us, and just make sure we were working with what was in front of us.
Yeah, you guys did a really great job of holding your edge. And is that a focus when you guys are playing, is to sweep an edge, create some space for yourself, and play into the next zone the best way possible? Or what's the generalized theme of what you're looking to do in certain zones like that?
On melee zones especially, we're just trying to we're trying to make sure that we have as much info as we can in front of us, because we feel like just getting surrounded and stuff is just really bad, especially on melee games where anything can happen. You can always have a solo snake somewhere, a little slow playing 2-man or something that can really ruin your games.
Yeah, so when it comes to those melee games, how do you kind of adjust your play style? Do you maybe play a little bit more passive, knowing that you're not usually the first team to rotate in, you're usually there kind of late? How do you kind of adjust your play style?
We're the Sev team, so Mill's about as far away as it can get from us. We take our time, just like I said, take our time. We play slow because we're not in a rush. We know we're not beating anyone to the bridge. We know we're not beating anyone to boats. So we just take advantage of especially the new 1-minute timer. We just like to take our time because and just play our edge because we know we can't
It's
get a
smart,
center
man.
spot.
Yeah, it's smart. And it's clearly working out for you guys. I mean, you're playing across from the bridge and winning a melee game. I think you came across the bridge phase 4. So really nice job from you, man. Looking forward to you guys continue to perform. But yeah, thanks for joining us, man. And good luck in the next game.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you guys for dragging me in here.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So a very, very impressive game indeed coming out there from Illusion as they did pick up that first chicken dinner of the event. And I mean, that was huge for them, I have to say. Like,
It was,
being able to make their way across that bridge when there are kind of players holding, you know, the other side, even if they aren't necessarily all focused on you, being able to make your way across and not lose like all of your players on that cross with 5 teams holding you out, it's very, very impressive indeed.
I mean, you don't see it very often, especially the team that wins the game. You don't see them coming across the bridge phase 4. It was 3-4. I don't remember exactly. Around that area, oftentimes that's not the team that's winning the melee game, right? But they did a good job. They pushed across the team, although 2-man, still did a good job keeping 4 up, not making any mistakes. Played through third-party Comets, killed them. The Cap and the, what was it, Valor fight going on, they took advantage of that. They played from that really well, and that's the only time they lost a player is from that solo at the Rock on Valor, and they played through the rest of the game, which I didn't know if they would make it across the street. They ended up making it across the street, and I mean, they made it into the center of the circle with high ground, and they just won the game off of really nicely timed patience and really good aggression when needed, right? So they're doing what they said, just like Matthew said. They're playing from Severny. They're not trying to get in front of anyone. They're just trying to kill people and take the space that those people are currently residing in. So really nice job from Illusion. I'm excited to see them continue some really strong edge play like that. That's always really fun to watch. So hats off to them.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about Illusion after a huge win like that, but I think it's still important to talk about some of the other teams. We heard the team comms coming out from Slappers only earlier. They kind of had a very, very aggressive style of play. And I mean, it worked out for them in the early portions, but the question is, when it came to the late game, how did things kind of switch up for them and maybe break down that push, see if there's anything they maybe could have done slightly differently?
I think if they all listened to that, they would be like, yeah, there's some things we could have done differently. We don't need to go into it right now, of course, but it's tough too. They're pushing blindly through the smoke. Sophia's getting one-shot grenaded. They're getting DMR spammed from everywhere that could see them. It's a tough push for them. But I know that they would expect more from themselves, and we saw that on that crash when they hit that compound at the same time as Young Kings. I mean, they made very short work of Young Kings. No knocks on their side other than Hembino knocking memos. So they're definitely feeling aggressive, maybe a little bit of antsy to try and get into that aggression, as they are kind of some pub stompers that really enjoy no insult at all, by the way. They just play the game a lot and they frag hard. So they're trying to get in those close quarter combats and really shine, as we saw them do in that YK crash. So looking forward to them to maybe not have such a disadvantageous push. Maybe we'll tune back into their comms again sometime. Maybe get to see them flourish a little bit more.
Yep, I mean, we are working on scores at the moment, so there is a little bit of a delay. Obviously, the first game, it takes, you know, this is where we kind of run through everything. We find any technical issues. So we're working on that in the back end, but we've only got 10 seconds till the start of game number 2. It's going to be on a wrangle. So I think we should probably head over there and see how this plane is going to unfold.
Yeah, and, you know, scores, man, there's something else in this game. The different software competing with PUBG, it's just always kind of a battle sometimes, but we will see this plane kind of start at the military base and going up to Kameshki, so it's going to be another kind of interesting plane. It could very well be another melee circle. It does go up to the different side of the map. The other one is favoring the west, but Kameshki, I mean, that's pretty far over there. You're not going to have too many teams get their drop spots on the west. Primoris, Gatka, Georgia Pole. Severny could maybe happen. There's a hard spawn at No Lean, but Gas comes out as the only team in military as of right now. So they're going to have that to themselves. Maybe not get as blindsided by 2 teams on their back like last game. But yeah, so far, I mean, this plane might be interesting towards the middle west of the map. We might see some hot drops as well as the east opens up to be dropped on this game.
Yep, and I mean, you know, you said it earlier, there's the potential of a second melee game, and I do kind of wonder how these teams are going to adapt. We do see gas cans are the only ones landing over on melee now. They don't have any real contention. The question is, how does this switch up teams' drop spots? As we do actually see Duel and Enigma both going to be landing over in Milton now. So we could potentially see a bit of an early game fight coming out as Duel kind of switching up that initial drop spot.
Well, I think so. I mean, they are definitely both committing. Duel has been very, very adamant about not leaving Milta for quite some time at this point. We see Hala Senpai grab a bike for Enigma, so that is one vehicle secured, and they will have the hard spawn on Duel's side, right? So both teams will have vehicles to be able to play this however they want. But as this circle pops, this could be a nice long stakeout from both of these teams, depending on how they play these hot drops. I'm sure they've been playing against each other in scrims, trying to settle some differences, not being able to. And Duel, I mean, I don't see Duel leaving this, regardless of how it goes for them. We'll see. I could be wrong. Enigma, though, with a lot of north control, and this circle does go northeast, if anything, right? Northeast of Milta, excuse me, not northeast in general. So we might see them kind of hold Duel out a little bit. Duel might have to sacrifice a bit of loot, but yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to see it play out. Last play, and remember, we couldn't reach Milta, so this might be a hot drop that we continue to see as these groups proceed. And another thing to be mentioned is that when you have 3 groups in a round robin format, you're going to have some teams that will overlap, and it's just all about how they want to go about sharing their drop spots or not sharing them or conforming to them or bullying teams away. So we'll just see a mixture of that throughout this entire tournament, I would assume. And as a sharp shot, it's got himself a little revolver. That Duel does decide to go out to the west. They have nice position, so this isn't a bad thing for them. So right now, it looks like it's just going to be nice and easy. Enigma's going to go their separate ways. Duel's going to go their way. It'll be probably no blood spilled, at least phase 1. But you never know. We'll see.
Let's not forget as well, we did see him loading up the revolver. We had a little giggle about it, but remember, in this new update, you are able to shoot from vehicles now with a pistol while still driving. So who knows, we might see a revolver drive-by come out. I'd love to see that, I have to say.
Oh man, that would be fun. I actually haven't played since they added that, so thank you for reminding me. I didn't think about it. I thought he was kind of just having fun, whatever, might as well load a revolver, but you're absolutely right, and I could see it happening. Why not?
Yeah, we do see no org here. They have decided to, kind of switch up those drop spots, not having one player all the way off to the north, as they did lose one to William last game, and it really just shows learning from your mistakes, not constantly challenging, because in the early game, you don't really want to take a fight. You want to kind of play it slow, as much as you want to be like, oh, we can win this fight, no problem. It's all about calculated risk when it comes to competitive PUBG, and I think no org realized that, so they decided not to engage in that fight on the early game.
Yeah, smart from them. In such a short format tournament, right? It's kind of just like, whatever, this is 2 different groups. We're going to be playing against completely different guys tomorrow. I'm not actually sure if they're in Tier 8's specific group, but one way or another, it's a temporary lobby that's currently in place, right? So fighting so hard for drop spots really doesn't add any value anyways if you did win it, and it definitely adds a lot of risk to put yourself in that early game confrontation, which oftentimes is just mutually assured destruction between teams, as Dodge getting in there pretty deep actually towards the crossroads section and backfilling where Duel just left. So they're putting themselves in a nice position here. If this circle goes west, they're going to be in a good spot to spread out from here, as well as they might be looking for the yellows that Sharp is right next to, but actually, Sharp and the rest of Duel, they're leaving now, so this will leave plenty of room for Dodge to come fill in the back. But Duel has a nice 1-1-2 between very high priority flat tops. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys get crashed, actually, being so spread out and being such, I guess, high priority compounds to a lot of these teams. A lot of people will just be like, this is what we do. We're 4-man. There's probably going to be 2 guys here. We're gonna kill them. And so Duel needs to be set up to leave. In case of that happening, you can't suffer such early game casualties when you have such a priority position in the zone.
Yeah, and as we did see, the zone will start to move in just a couple seconds. But, I mean, I do want to kind of look at this. You did say there's the potential for Duel to end up being crashed here. Dodge going to be coming dangerously close for Duel. And as they kind of have a 1-1-2 split, it could make things a little bit rough for them here if Dodge may be able to identify here, look, there's a solo in this compound. Let's go and grab it, get ourselves a good position. And let's not forget, there's a lot of water in this circle. So the chances of it really being down near Milta, down at the very south, are going to be very slim, because obviously that hard shift comes out for it to shift away from water in the later game. For anyone who maybe isn't too familiar with competitive PUBG, that is something that they do need to be very, very aware of.
It is. And, like you said, if they do identify that there's a solo, like let's say they identify, well, actually, as we speak of it, Cherry's making his way over to Wooly, so there won't be any more solos. They might have said, hey, we don't for the west side of the street here. If it goes west, we'll fight for it later. But right now, our priority is east. So smart play from them, I think. But if they do identify a solo, right? I think Finna had a bolt as well. They'll go kill him. It doesn't even matter if they want the compound or not. They know it's a solo, it's a free point, and it's free real estate around them. They get more space. So oftentimes that's what will happen. And you'll see players exhibit aggression even whenever they're not looking for that spot, just to kill, right? A kill is a point, and it's also more ground for your team, and more importantly, less ground for another team to pressure you. Some shots coming out actually in the drive-by between Kresh and T8 is Decimator. I mean, he's the driver. He doesn't have a solo, or he doesn't have a passenger as he gets spun out. Nice shots coming out from Christian, but actually Decimator gets me out in front of my poor dudes.
They take out the tire, they crash in towards Decimator, but it's not going to be enough. It's Gazira now, he's just absolutely pinned down. We're going to be able to get the knock on one, Zealot on the other. And I mean, Kresh now, they look so aggressive onto this. It's not going to work out. Tactical 8 punishing them for that drive-by attempt. And I have a feeling that Kresh won't be going for those again anytime soon.
Oh, man, the flank from Zealot was perfect. He pulled up in a tree. I can't believe they let him get by. I mean, that's just unfortunate. They didn't quite hit the sprays. It happens sometimes, you know, whatever. But hit your sprays in the vehicles, guys. That won't happen. Zealot getting that sick off angle, just sandwich Kresh, and there was no play for them. So nice job, Zealot, seeing the angle and taking it. I like it, man. Early game drive-bys with the entire team involved. So that was fun. I like.
Yeah, I really feel like they weren't expecting that vehicle to spin out then.
I don't think so. Nice knock, actually, coming out from Leda, shooting over near farm. He might actually look to get the flush on that as he's kind of in the middle of the open. The smokes come out, but yeah, that's okay. We see No Org taking moon rocks. They played up here last time from shelter, as we saw in the opens, and they played very confidently from shelter. They do have STS on their back to the northwest, so that is a pressure point that makes moon rocks a little bit harder to play. But this compound that they're looking at now, I mean, they're about to identify that, hey, there's nobody there, as we saw Cherry leave that earlier. So they might be taking themselves a nice little spot in zone coming in so late. So well played from No Org. Nice patient scouting. And
we did see last game as well. Young Kings and Gas Cans, they took a fight last game, and now it's going to be Honey Badger that gets the opening knock on towards them now. Oldless trying his best to connect with that barrel, but Honey Badger just playing the backside. Big spam coming out from Oldless here in towards the windows. I think he's aware of LFP going to be inside here somewhere. Can the nade connect? Yes, it can. Down goes LFP as KM9 with the long-range shots will be landing them on towards Oldless. Can't quite get the kill. He picks up some loot off of that body, but there's not much he really needs, as now Young Kings have a bit of a rough decision to make. They're only playing as a 3-man, I believe. So right now, they've only got 2 players left standing. Sorry, they are playing as a 4-man. My mistake. But they have 2 players left standing. They have to try and disengage. But from the way that they kind of played in game 1, it wouldn't surprise me if they do decide to potentially try and camp this out and get some long-range shots on towards Gas Cans here and potentially open up a knock.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, nice knock coming out from Honey to initiate all of it, and good immediate aggression. There was no hesitation. As soon as Honey got the knock, they were crashing the compound, and YK just really wasn't prepared for that. So nicely played from Gas, playing in from military, taking a spot in zone, and just quite literally taking it away from another team. So nicely played from them. We'll see what YK can do as a duo. If this circle shifts west, they might have a little bit easier time. We'll see, as the circle is about 30 seconds from popping. We got everyone. I mean, everyone's being diligent other than Illusion, but you know, that's their style, right? They're the only team that's not in this circle, and by quite some margin, they're still in the blue. So if they can continue to do what they did last game, this is no issue, right? They're playing from the edge. They're taking their time. They're calculating with their moves, and they're just killing people in their way. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what they continue to do, as the middle of the circle is packed. People are definitely banking on this hard southeast-east shift, and if that's the case, the circle is not going to change for quite some time with the water ratio.
I mean, the question is, how does it shift? It will go down to the south, so that's going to mean a huge amount of water inside the circle that teams can't play. So, I mean, most teams are going to be inside, but teams like TAC8, Illusion, Fury, Valor, they all have to try and rotate their way in here. As Duel, they look to be sending it up towards this hill, trying their best to group up now, as I think they realize that teams are going to be, you know, moving and trying to get a compound like the one that they have. And if they're able to identify 2 players, they're going to make the push, as No Cap are going to be looking down on towards it. Monty actually going to get a nice lock on towards Zealot, but we do see here No Org, they're going to be crashing straight in towards Young Kings here, who, let's remember, they only have 2 players left up off that fight with Gas Cans. So They're not going to be in immediate danger, but they do have to be a little careful. We did see T8. They did lose a player as well to Comets. They pick up a game. They pick up a point early. As now Slappers, they're just going to send it into Milta here. This is a very, very all-or-nothing kind of play right here. If this ends up centering up on Milta, you can win the game. If it doesn't, you get caught off the rotators. Beams with a nice spray on towards Mimo will be able to get the knock. Hambino, he does so much damage, but unfortunately that barrel is just too strong. He's not going to be able to finish the job. Beams now, he's upstairs. Drassel got caught with the Molotov. He's going for the heal. Him and Sophia, the 2 ones left up.
Oh, and the rest
Sophia
of Enigma's
down on
coming
the
in.
ground floor, and now Enigma, they just want to send it in. Hello Senpai with the vehicles. Beam going to be playing the backside. Hello Senpai's here now. They want to take this fight. Beams has been spotted out. He can't move around the side as he'd like to. Drassel goes down. Hello Senpai open it up. Takes down Mimo. There's now Hello Senpai is just going to be absolutely pinned down inside this bathroom. Honey Badger with the third party as well for gas cans. Is now JR Head going to be getting taken down by Honey Badger with the barrel. Sophia, the solo player, left alive here for Slappers only. He's just going to be playing this room as slowly as he can, relying on these smokes, hoping that Enigma are going to be slowed down by gas cans. But Sophia here, he gets the opening knock on towards Beams. This is big, but he's trapped inside this room. They know he's in here. Lampalot with the third body. He's trying to pop the first aid, but let's not forget gas cans. They started pushing onto this as well now. They're starting to fight on towards Enigma in the other building. So, I mean, Sophia, he throws down the flash, but it's not really going to work because now he needs to get upstairs quickly. He just can't safely do it. Gas cans applying pressure on towards Ripper here. So it's a 2v1 over in this building. Ripper goes for the spray. He gets taken down now by Honey Badger. Nico's accidentally going to team knock. Hello Senpai going for the spray on towards the dead body. Not playing on Korean rating clearly, as now Enigma with only 2 players left up. They get the flashbangs ready and they need to start making a push now.
Well, and Sophia's actually going to get the res on Drassel upstairs. I don't think Enigma really intended for that to happen or thought it was possible. Sophia's pushed through the smoke, getting the flush and making it a 1v or a 2v3 in the situation is really big. And a nice nice Molotov actually lights Drassel on fire. That's the second Molly Drassel's been on with since he's entered this house. So unlucky for him as another one comes through and actually takes him down. And a nice nade from gas cans. And the utility uses from gas cans, they don't even have to cross the street. They don't have to enter the building. They'll just throw 2 grenades and a Molotov, or 2 mollies and a nade, and actually JR just runs into the molly as well. So these guys are just giving gas cans free ADR, free kills. I mean, all they have to do is throw Molotovs in the rooms. I mean, that's unbelievable. I want to say nice jobs to Beams. Go ahead.
Yeah, very, very well played for all of those players. Shout out to Sophia as well, not being afraid to make a push in towards one of those teams. But I mean, T8, yet again, they eliminate another team. He actually, with the third party through the window, catches on towards William, but they should be able to get the res. 8 kills already for Tactical 8 right here. As, oh, wow, this circle, it hard shifts down to the south, and half of this zone is water. This is a Milta circle right here. This is going to be so hard for all these teams. We do see No Cap up on the northern side. They're going to be opening up on towards Fury, as Ronan going to be getting flushed out now.
I mean, this circle is going to be wild, but yeah, Flood looking for an opening here on Cap. I mean, this 4v3 of the situation. He doesn't exactly know where all 4 members of Cap are, but he's looking for, I mean, they're keeping their angles. It looks like Cap's not too interested, actually. So they're both going to kind of back off a little bit, going their separate ways, playing for this circle. I mean, it's a wild circle, right? You're going to start to see crashes coming into Milta as teams are quite confident. Duel going back to their home turf here, switching sides with Enigma at the time. They're going to take control of this glass building, which is actually pretty nice. It gives you a lot of field control and a lot of accessibility to work west and east in the city. So that's the exit to the east when it comes to the city. That's the furthest most east on the north side of the road. So they took control of that. Really smart from them. They're still 4 members strong. Maybe Sharp will get to play this game, as we talked about him last time. But yeah, Cap finding themselves a little hole. I mean, this next circle, I really don't know. I think it has to go directly north, but it's going to keep as much land in it as possible. So it might do something weird if I can't really do good math with my eyes here with the amount of land that's in. But it should just go right back to the north. So Cap might still be in next zone. Some nice shots coming out from Hikerman. Doesn't quite land any, but I mean, they have to get an opening here, right? They see no org playing the edge of the zone on farm. Comets has nowhere to go unless they just send it past teams. So we'll see what they do here.
Honestly, you said unless they just send it past teams, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Monty getting in aggressively earlier. Almost just that scout player taking a lot of fire from Dodge here from either side. Monty should be able to kind of get over to this warehouse. It looks like this is going to be what Comets are forced to play now. But let's not forget Guadalajara gas cans over on the east side. They're going to be able to hear this. They're going to be looking out for it as the spray does open up here from Honey Badger. Catches some big damage. Steezy. Oh, no. He goes for the roadkill. And what is it with Tactical 8 and Beer vehicles. They take down Hickman, but now William in a bit of a rough position as he makes the push over on towards Comets. Almost takes down Yaxley, but Hickman able to return the fire on towards Steezy. And I mean, I don't know what's going on with TAC 8 right now, but they are just giving us the best clips.
Well, I've never seen someone hit the deck as fast as Yaxley just did on that drop shot. That was unbelievable. His character model just sandwiched immediately to the floor, but yeah, actually, we see Flood and where Fury and Valor finding themselves in Monkey together. Waikikamuka has the upper hand here on the... Oh, he might actually get a knock from it, too. He does have the upper angle, and Valor has no idea. I mean, it's a suppressed SLR as well, so they might not hear him, but Sneak Attack takes out the threat as Flood maybe going to capitalize on it with this nade. He's the last player standing from Fury. The nade actually doesn't connect, so nice shots, though. Holy... Woo.
Oh, Fury just popping off right now as Flood with a huge headshot. Let's not forget Waikikamuka. He went down to Sneak Attack from Nightly. Nightly are going to be down on the southeastern side. They're going to try and make a push onto this sooner or later. Cow's flushed out as now Flood going to be the solo player left up. We see the zone center up. Nothing too surprising here, but still a big chunk of water inside of the zone. Flood doing his best to defend as he realizes now he's in a 1v3 situation, throwing down the smokes, and it looks like potentially he could try and get the res over on towards his teammate, but he's just playing it slow for the time being. Realizes that Valor could try to push as now the Molotovs will be coming out. He hops up onto the balcony, decides to jump down. Valor should be able to hear this, but they're more concerned right now with getting those heals off. As actually Flamey going to be getting ran over by Noorg right now. It's a big fight kicking off over on the northern side. That's cleaned up quickly. Very well played from NoCap as they pick up 4 points with ease. But I mean, the fight here, we do see Flood. He's just going to be kind of playing slow. Insight has been res. Cow is out of the fight. 2 players here from Fury. Let's not forget, Valor, when they kind of qualified for the group stages last week, they had a very placement-heavy meta. We didn't really see them take many fights like this, so we'll have to see how it ends up unfolding. But so far, it's going pretty well. As Zero with the knock-on towards Flood will be able to connect with the nade. Jeffy going to be getting ready to throw even more nades out as they don't really know where Insight's going to be. He's down to low HP, going for the res on towards Flood, but focuses on taking it out to a 2-man fight first. But a big nade comes out from Grantlantis, and out go Fury in 10th position now.
Nice utility usage from Valor there. A little more passive than I would have liked. I would have liked them to do that a little bit earlier as a 4-man, but they reset, they got the job done, they kept 4 up, and they can play into the circle now. Depending on where it goes, they're 4-man strong, so a crash is still definitely within reason. So this shack, actually to the northeast of the circle, that might still be a power position into this next circle. No one on the hill above it. You can actually play around this shack and use some vehicles to make it a pretty formidable position. So we'll see if it plays out for them. But Cap is looking for somewhere to go. Valor's looking for somewhere to go. Nightly's looking for somewhere to go in this next circle, and along with Dodge. And the city is jam-packed right now, other than the very, very outskirts. And they're all very strong teams. We have Gas Cans as a 4-man, I believe. Comets is a 3-man. Duel is a 4-man. So you have some still very strong teams in terms of player counts, and Enigma is still holding that little peninsula of a building as 2-man. They didn't get pushed by Gas, so I'm not sure if Gas, they surely know that. I think Enigma's been taking shots, but I didn't know if the utility usage from Gas maybe they thought that it was empty as they killed two people with the Kobe's, but they surely know. So as this next circle looks to pop, we're going to see potentially, I hope it goes to the field. It creates some movement in this city. No one likes just sitting around and waiting, but we have 5 seconds on this zone. Is Freeze looking for something to do? Can't find anything though. Just a field, empty. And it does actually go north, so it will keep the city in almost fully, but this shack might be the play for Valor. Cap is still in the north. They have plenty of room. Dodge is going to have their flat top to play off of. Nightly's going to look for a place to go, and Valor needs to look for a place to go. Those are really the only teams right now that don't have a home, at least something in the circle, as Grant starts to move now, looking maybe towards that shack, and Dodge is going to set up a little base here. They're not in the circle there, but they're just going to play it slow as possible, as Cap with some nice shots, or no, excuse me, I believe Enigma with some nice shots from the building to get those shots on the vehicle there. As they do get in, Colton finds himself a home. Nightly now looking for the next play. They have a shack in the southeast, but we'll see what happens here. I think this is going to be a bit of a stalemate unless Nightly decides to do something aggressive.
Yep, I'm very impressive indeed in terms of this position from Knightley. They managed to make a big rotate. Sneak did manage to pick up a kill over on towards Fury as well, but now Freesk is going to be out in that shack on his own. He's kind of getting pinned down by Zero. The rest of Knightley looking over in this direction. They have a long way to go to get into the circle now, as Sneak just keeping an eye out with that mini. He is going to call it out to his team, as Valor going to start that rotate, and it looks like they're just going to send it in over towards this shack with the rest of their team. But I mean, no cap here. They could cause a lot of issues for all of these teams. They're going to potentially try and rotate out here because they have quite a way to go, as JR going to be going down to Colton right now. So even in kind of a weak position, I like the fact that Valor aren't afraid to be getting aggressive onto these Milta teams.
Absolutely, and I like what Valor's doing here. They know that the shack is only really playable if you can keep the north from being taken from the team, because if someone takes the north, then you're just stuck inside of the shack the entire game, quite literally. You can't go outside of the shack, as it's seen 360. So Jeppy, even though he's losing his tires here, if they can even get a little bit of luck on this next circle to where they can maybe take it on foot from there, that's going to give them so much more zone control and allow them to play so much more freely. So really nice macro coming out from Valor there as they use that knowledge. Hala Senpai gets a knock on Viha. Viha is actually a solo player in the glass, so I don't know if Knightley knows this, but no, it looks like Maroons is actually just chilling there. I thought Maroons was maybe thinking, you know, we're going to take glass from Duel, but that knock's not actually going to result in anything. Via got to keep his head down a little bit there, but they will get the res, no problem. As we see, no casualties going into the entirety of this next shift. But a knock does come out from Zero across the zone.
Let's not forget as well, the water is out of the zone right now. So as much as I think all of us are kind of expecting it to go up to the north, to No Cap or to Valor, there is the possibility of us seeing a Milta ending here if the circle decides to hard it. But I mean, Knightley, they're going to lose Kite now. Moan's going to try and do what he can to peek up over the top to try and get an angle over on towards Duel. But it looks like Enigma also going to be laying down some heavy fire on towards this position. Sneak Attack getting caught low inside that vehicle, as Dodge going to be making a rotate up to the north, kind of playing a little slow for the time being. As JR now, I think it's going to be rough for Enigma. They don't really have any vehicles. They kind of have a long way to move right now.
And the circle does actually go more towards the field, so now you get to see, you know, comments, hey, you're not in the circle anymore, Dodge, you're not in the circle anymore, Cap, you're not in the circle anymore. You have a lot of people that aren't in the circle any longer, and Duel has just a sliver of a circle left as they can play out into the field from this position, but they're looking to get some nades onto Kite and the team, and those are some nicely placed grenades. I don't think my nades go that far when I throw them, so really good job from Duel there to get those all the way over there, get some good damage. Nothing coming out of it, but they're definitely worried about Knightley. They know that they're not in the circle. They know that they have to move into this next circle, and Duel doesn't want anyone on their back, so nice from Duel there, already starting to apply the pressure, making it really hard for Knightley to get their footing.
And I mean, speaking of Duel, let's hop into their team comms for a second and see how they're going to play this one out, because they're such a strong team. They've got a long way to go. Let's listen in.
Yeah, absolutely.
North, I should say.
Okay, then we can play the field later on the yellow waypoint. Yo, I think you guys commit to this side with us. You commit to this side with us, and we just play east later.
Let me think for a second. They're going to rotate. I see their vehicles, though.
That guy's so yeah, two in the Dacia, two in the Esports.
There's only... What's two?
They're in the shack.
By marker. There's the one
They left. Yeah, there's still the guy further back.
It's two. It's two. It's two.
Yeah, it's two in the shack.
I gave them my voting. I'm gonna put with each other.
Those guys don't have a vehicle. They do have a vehicle.
Kill this guy, boy.
Lit.
There's a guy anchored. There's an anchor. Yeah. Is it Dodge?
Yeah, I think so.
Lamp got knocked.
To the north. Yeah. You might be able to steal that on lamp.
I think first
I'm
we have to
looking for
we have to
him. I can't
refocus
find
on
him.
south now.
Yeah. Remember, there's a guy in blue mark, a solo. Pretty sure. The cafe guy left.
He's on the rock. There's a smoke on the rock on yellow. He's going to get lamp. Yeah, he's rezzing lamp on that rock on yellow. Let's go to them.
Do you have
Let's
a
go to
molly
them,
or a
Ethan.
nade, Wooly?
I have a nade. I have a molly. Yeah.
Give me the molly. I'm gonna kill those guys in the shack.
Take it.
You have to smoke your way to it.
Yeah, 3-story, you can see your whole thing. Like,
Yeah.
they're
we
peeking
can.
the shack. I'm not gonna try.
Here,
I'm gonna do it. Fuck it.
I don't think it's res.
I'm not doing anything anyways. Watch the
Be
front
careful.
of the shack though.
Yeah, watch the shack, Ethan.
I have a 2x girl. Me watching if my shack's not. They're peeking me from the far back. I can't watch it.
Sharp, we don't need to kill them. Make sure you can get back safely.
I'm all in.
They're still on. Gas
We
on.
need. I'm gonna push west now.
I don't. They're decent.
Wait, Cherry. Sharp, you need to come back to us soon.
Comms, guys on my west.
Yeah, we have to help Cherry.
They're not on me yet. They're on this building though. This triple.
Copy.
There should be a solo somewhere.
Oh, it's dead.
Yeah, it's him.
Don't
It's
forget.
he's on green.
For you.
So an interesting listening coming out from Duel there as they tried to make a bit of a push, but it just seems like they've kind of slowed down. They realized they don't have to move too far for the zones. They are just going to slow down for the time being. I mean, an interesting plays coming out here from a lot of these teams is I don't think anyone was really expecting this circle to shift so hard down to the south right now.
This one does take it right back to the city. So those teams that did have to kind of sandwich in there, they're blessed with a little bit more time. Like Duel made their way in. Nightly actually still has a spot in the circle as they just inched themselves in. But we have teams like Valor and Dodge that they're out now. So Valor has a bit of a ridge that they can play if they can get to it. It depends how heavy the fire is going to be from Milta, but Milta is congested, right? They have teams to worry about on their next door neighbor, right? So maybe they're not too worried about the DMR spamming to the north, but as you see right in the center of your screen, there's a little bit of a ridge to the left of that Valor could play up against. Maybe they have some vehicles, I'm not sure, but I was really, man, some nice shots coming out from JR, and Enigma is still actually putting in a lot of work as a two-man, and they've been a two-man since the beginning of this game. Honey will take that point away, though, so a little bit lower angle there, able to shoot underneath that car. Some nice shots coming out from Honey, good awareness to actually kill the real Dodge as Lamp is pinned behind that car, and Nightly looks to put a little bit of pressure on Valor as they know they have to move. Maroons has to be careful though, as he does find his way back. He has teams in the circle, or his team is in the circle, so they do have time to play with, but they don't really have much to go out from the shack as Duel is their close next door neighbor to the west.
Yep, and I mean, Duel, we heard them playing earlier. It seems like they know how many players from Nightly are around this area. As we should point out as well, I saw this in the kill feed while we were spectating Duel. Gascan's team knocked 2 different players at the same time. I love to see it. But they managed to get all but one up, and now the problem is they're on the very edge of zone. As much as you like playing edge early game, how do you make it unfold in the late game? I mean, surprisingly, the circle actually pulls down south, so Valor and Nightly have to make a move in, but so do Guadalajara Gascans.
No, and this going even south again. I mean, the city was hardly in 2 circles ago, yet it's still in. And, you know, this is phase 8, so center is already determined. We have Enigma with high ground, keeping anyone from taking that right now. And you just have all of your teams on the outskirts of this circle. No one's centered up. It's some nice utility usage, and a push comes towards Dodge here. Towards Duel. A nice knock takes down Sharp, and Frisk is on the building already. So really nice utility from these guys. A flash is about to come out. Wooly looking for the defensive utility. He starts to leave the building. Frisk doesn't quite catch him in time.
He saw the player moving away, though, as now he goes for the pre-fires on towards the corner, takes down Wooly, but Ethan, with the DBS, takes down Fries, and 2 players left up for Duel, as now the push coming out from Nightly. Another DBS not coming out on towards Sneak Attack, and Nightly are just feeding him right now with Kite down to... actually, no, he's out of the fight. Sorry, Morns is going to be the final player left up. He's not quite inside zone, but Gascan's here up on the northern side. They want to start making a push on towards Enigma right now. Oldler's getting aggressive. The Enigma have had control of this compound for the entire game, pretty much. Oldler's going to be making a push, but now the spray coming from the outside. They should have a rough idea of where this player is going to be, but it doesn't seem like Oldless is aware as he goes down. Hello Senpai going to be able to get the knock. Honey Badger just playing slow for the time being as Adam tries to go for the peak as well. Really nice play coming out here from Gascans. 10 kills already, but they're only down to 2 players left. Adam just going to be holding the backside of this building as now he's starting to realize he needs to get aggressive on towards Hello Senpai as this zone starts to close. Honey Badger doing the same, but they just don't have enough players to really make a push onto this in the way that you typically see Gascans do.
Oh, and Hello Senpai gets caught with utility in his hand. Adam doesn't quite land the spray, though. JR has made it down to the bottom floor. They trade out Honey, and it's going to be a 2v1 now. Adam takes him down both. Okay. Adam coming with a huge clutch, able to res 3 of them, actually. And Hallow actually, unfortunately, doing some damage there to his team. But Gas is going to be able to get 3 up. The circle is moving right now, so they have to go. We have Valor actually with the most center position right now. Duel still having to deal with one member of Young Kings, and we'll see if he can cause any discord for Duel here.
Yeah, and when we saw this circle kind of shift down to the south, I think I wasn't alone thinking that Valor would be in a rough position, but we do see Higuain now going to be opening up on towards Cherry, on towards Vias. Now only one player left up here from Duel is going to be Wooly. He's going for the insta-res potentially. No, he isn't. He sprays through, connects on towards Higuain, takes him down. Young Kings eliminated in 4th, but Duel, they're not going to be able to get the res by the looks of things, so Wooly just going to be playing kind of as a solo, clearing out these angles. He's got a shotgun as his secondary, so no DMR for him, as now he goes for the peak on towards Zero, preps the nade, wants to connect on towards this, but it looks like Valor kind of have his number. They're all looking down in this direction. Gas Cans on the west also going to be getting involved in towards this, trying to go for the third party on towards Valor, but Valor, they just have a little dip. They have the smokes, they have that zone control, so this is going to be Gas Cans' opportunity to kind of move as a 3-man, work as a team and pick it up as Wooly gets an opening knock, Honey Badger gets the second, and now Valor, they're on the back foot. Out they go. Jeppy's out. Valor eliminated in 3rd, and now Wooly into a 1v3 situation here up against Gas Cans.
Oh, the pump shotgun, please make it happen, Wooly. Wooly has done a great job to get to 2nd place thus far, but Honey's going to take the knock. I mean, nice play from Gaskins there. They were in the city for quite a while, but they did such an amazing job of just sweeping through and taking advantage of all the fights. Even in the beginning, the crash, I believe, from Slappers and Enigma, they got as many points off of that as they could have. They ended up killing Enigma later, playing into the next zone. I mean, they were still 3 up. It came down to a nice clutch from Adam, and they were able to get 3 members alive, take that game really just in hand very confidently and finish with 14 kills. Nice job from Gaskins.
Look at those match statistics right there. Gas Cans taking all 3 spots. Damage, kills, and assists. Absolutely huge. I mean, I gotta point this out, though. They did knock 2 separate teammates that game, so don't give them too much credit. You always kind of got to knock them down a peg or 2, but very well played from Gas Cans, as they did manage to pick up that second chicken dinner of the evening over on a Wrangle. Real quick, I do believe that we are going to be able to get a player in for an interview in a couple seconds, which is going to be an interesting one. I wonder who that's going to end up being. It is, in fact, Honey Badger right now. So, Badger, what an impressive game. Oldless here as well. One impressive game coming out from you guys. I saw the team knocks. What happened there?
I'm going to be honest. I don't really know. I'm waiting to review that one. We were clearing the solo and suddenly 2 of us were knocked. I think we were so in the zone that when you like walk into a building, you just kind of take in all the information. And I think my teammates were just a little quick on the trigger, but I respect it.
Yeah. I gotta say as well, big fight over on towards Enigma, and I believe it was Slappers that were kind of holding that compound right next to yours for the entire game. Oldless, how did you kind of, as a team, work in towards that and kind of sweep through and kind of third party onto it? And especially at the end when you actually were forced to push into Enigma, how did you feel about that fight? Did you have enough info on those players? Did you know that it was a 2v3, 2v4, whatever it was? Were you confident going into it?
We knew there were max 3, and we had to make that push once we cleared out all of Southwest. And once we did, we had just a good fight and just clearly 2 guys that pushed us in the first floor. Luckily, they knocked each other, so it made a free fight.
Still a good job from you guys, though. I mean, you guys played confidently the whole time. You were able to get 3 up at the end there. I mean, it wasn't even close coming towards the end. So the focus was, I mean, you guys hit center pretty early, but the focus was always clearing out the edge, whichever one is closest, right? And playing from there. Is that how we're still playing the game? Or what's your focus on those type of circles where you're kind of forced into a predictable circle early, so you're centering up early?
Yeah, it's actually similar to the circle we played with you, D. Like we've learned through experience that playing from mill to in is pretty rough. It kind of is a cliche like city fight with a lot of rats. So we just thought, we didn't even know actually Slap and Enigma were still fighting there. We took it assuming that the city was free, and when they they fought, it was just like an opportunity thing.
Sure.
But playing like from the city outwards, like into the field from there, I really like that as a default.
Yeah, I feel like Milta is one of those positions that it's a little bit more unique as a city. You have a great playability out of the city. And so, yeah, you guys did an amazing job there. Really good job playing confidently the entire game. I think it's 14 kills, 2,400 damage as a team. That's pretty solid. So, yeah, you guys keep it up. continue to play that solid edge strat. So yeah, good stuff, boys.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very, very short break while we just get all the players into the next lobby, get all the leaderboards updated. We have fixed the issues, so we should have leaderboards after the break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, what an impressive second game coming out there. A circle that I feel like we don't see too often in PUBG. The Milta kind of field ended. We may not see it often, but it's certainly one of my favorite. I mean, we heard gas cans at the end there. We saw Honey Badger kind of explain their thought process. But D, any teams that you feel like maybe struggled that game that were in a good position to take it? Or was it just one of those circles where nobody has a good position? It's all about just who sends it first into cover.
Hey, I'm back. I don't know if you said anything, or if I didn't respond to you. My internet, it's always when the game starts. I don't know what it is. I need to get it checked out, but if I freeze when we're starting the game, that's probably why. But yeah, that circle, like you said, not often seen. We'll see it sometimes more northern, and it does kind of tend to pull down to Milta. I don't know why. It just has that tendency. Those teams are really good at playing that because they've been kind of forced to for so long. But we saw Gaskins put on a clinic with really showing what it's like to hold your edge and really hold it to the blues pushing you, push into the next team, kill them, and just create the space for yourself, right? They're playing from the edge. They don't have priority. The circle's not coming to them. There aren't teams running in the middle of the open for them to shoot with DMRs. They really have to communicate to each other, use utility properly, and play from there. And Honey Badger, like he said in the interview, he likes playing out from Milta. There are cities that you don't play out from, right? You cannot play out from a lot of cities very well. For example, Yasnaya is okay, but Pachinki's bad, and it just depends on which side of the city. But Milta is pretty consistent. You can play out of there with that good high ground from that flat top building, and really good job from them, really taking control and being confident with it. So I was happy to see that from them.
Yep, and I mean, I'd love to right now say, well, how does it affect the leaderboards? But unfortunately, we're having some API issues at the moment, which means that even though the leaderboard side of things is all working correctly, it's just not able to quite link with PUBG and update everything. So if you guys are wondering why we're not able to give like regular leaderboard updates, that's why. They're just a little bit delayed. But by the time this all comes through, if you guys go and actually view the public leaderboards, they should be updated. Don't hold me to that, but they should be updated. There is a bit of a delay. We have got the results from game one, but I think right now our focus should just be gas cans, you know? Game one, they didn't pick up any points. Right. Game two, they went hard. They got some heavy kills. Why do you feel there is that inconsistency? Could it just be it's game one of the event? And I mean, those melee circles, they kind of have a set way of playing it, and it kind of threw a spanner in the works, or?
Maybe, you know, we did see that early kind of confusion with the teams being behind them and to the west of them, and just kind of everywhere they wanted to go in phase one. So they resulted to playing more of a centralized position. And that centralized position that they took, which was like the grandmas of military and the flat top below, it doesn't allow you to play north super well. You can, but whenever there was so much chaos, shots coming from the East Hill, they had a lot of pressures to deal with. So really that edge was just significantly harder to play from than the previous one. And as we could see, like Honey Badger said, yeah, we decided to play from Milta early because, you know, I don't mind playing out of Milta, and it's good. And they were able to do that confidently. We saw their confidence in that. But whenever it comes to being maybe forced in a position they didn't want to be in, they didn't have the foresight to play from that spot as they did from Milta. And so maybe they were in a position that was a little more uncomfortable for them. They didn't feel as confident sieging that building with 50 DMRs shooting at them. So I don't know. It's PUBG, right? Anything can happen in any game. So that's one of the beauties and the reasons we love it. But yeah, overall, we'll see as more games play out how the consistency plays. But right now, it's a 0 point compared to a 24-point net between two games. So it definitely has a position to net big points, though. That is one thing we've seen.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, it is game number 3 of the evening. We are here on Erangel. Let's see how things end up unfolding. We did see the plane path, and it actually looks like T8 and Systematicos both going to be landing over in Rozhok together now.
Yeah, actually, and it looks like this might be a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure how T8's going to play it, but Milta looking like it's going to be the same default. I don't know if these teams have decided to share it, but the circle does pop melee, so we'll see what they do. Duel actually has the advantage this time in that hot drop. But Zealot looking to get aggressive immediately. He's got the 2 armor. He's got level 2 armor. Oh, and he gets spotted out by a K9, so unfortunate to have the bolt action in this situation. This is definitely a DMR profit, but Zealot's going to be kind of stuck at a rock, and Casagrande, we saw him frag out in the last tournament, right? So he might be able to pose a real threat to Zealot's push, as Casagrande has an idea of where Zealot is. I'm not sure that Zealot does to Casagrande. So, so far, some nice, good eyes, really proactive eyes coming out of Ditazor there to get spot on Zealot crossing the street. And we'll see how T8 plays this one. Both teams and both hot drops are very just kind of split down the middle, 50-50. And so, I mean, there's not a lot of action going on. There's kind of odd hot drops as we see Duel get in the building now, going more towards the bridge.
Yep, but we do see a bit of a hot drop popping out down towards Milta as well, as we do see Duel deciding to back off. Actually, that's kind of surprising there. You were saying earlier, D-Rich, is Duel like to stick to their guns over in Milta. Why do you think that kind of repositions come out and then not challenging Enigma now?
Man, so it's hard to say. Both circles have been beneficial for them to not fight. So the first circle we saw centered right smack dab on Milta. They were able to get a second place. They played their cards right. They actually took a spot kind of like they wrapped around the city, right? As we see Zealot, I'll keep tabs on this while I'm explaining it, but this circle as well, it's a military circle. They can take in front of Enigma, and they have a nice advantage for when this circle does continue to go south. So it's maybe a situation where they've softened up a little bit. Maybe I give him a little too much credit. Woolie's not going to like to hear that, but hopefully he doesn't. But I know that they don't like to give it up. However, they are going to play for their advantage. We're in a short format tournament. You need points every game, and you need hopefully a lot of points every game, as they're starting to cross the bridge right now on the map, different screen. So I apologize, but they are they're going to go ahead and opt out of that. And we're not seeing any action come out of T8 and STS. But I mean, I feel like both of the teams, Zealot and Casa Grande, really want to get into it.
Yep, but ladies and gentlemen, we have had word that the scores have been updated, so apologies for the delay. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it, but I mean, we do see Gas Cans after a huge win. They've managed to get up to 24 points, tied with Duel, and obviously the kill point being the tiebreaker here.
Yeah, really nice play from both of them. I mean, 24 points in one game. We have to remember that was a 0-point game to start out for the tournament for Gascons. So really nice job from them to really bring it back, put themselves on the literal top, 0-point game to the top. And I know it's just 2 games, but nice job to those guys.
Yep, Illusion there as well, down in third after that first chicken dinner as well. Really well played, only 1 point between them. Valor and Fury both tied at 14. Fury didn't have the best game last game, but the same can be said for Valor in game number 1. You guys can see the leaderboards. They should be updated on your end, but let's hop back into the game because William just got a knock and a flush on towards Casa Grande with the VSS of all guns.
And we saw, STS with 0 points on the board for this day. So STS really can't be taking these hot drops and losing them. They have to be taking them and winning them or going somewhere else. So T8 with a nice disciplined play coming out, pushing into 2, letting William oversight. Really nice play from those guys. As we see, hopefully a bolt shot pop out here from Zealot as he hits some nice looks. Nothing too fancy yet, but William running the VSS. I mean, they have some interesting guns here. I mean, I like to see it, right? 6X Mini is pretty standard, but a VSS on the back is a nice little touch. And in hot drops, man, the VSS actually does so much damage so fast. So don't underestimate it. And especially whenever you're not sure where someone is, windows or wall or bush or tree. I mean, it is really hard to spot. There's no muzzle flash and it's very quiet.
Yeah, let's not forget as well, this zone is down towards Millie Base. There's actually a big nade coming out over on towards Detonator right now, as he will be getting not Steezy from across the way, trying to take shots on towards Andreza, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to land. William just playing slow. He knows Dieterzor's inside here. Big spray coming out. Dieterzor returns fire with the DP, takes down William, and now T8, after some very strong performances, are going to be on the back foot with 2 players knocked. They're very, very split up as well now.
Well, and interesting, the DP actually turning on William there. That was nice shots coming out from DT. That thing is a dinner plate for a reason. I think he has iron sights on it. It is hard to see anything on this gun. So nicely played from him to get that 1v1. That Systematicos desperately needed that. So good job of him evening the score here. It is going to continue to stagnate, right? And we have a circle and what's the word? Excuse me. Coming in. How about that? So they have to get the horses in gear here, as they're not really looking to push anything. Neither team's looking too intently to push one or the other, as Zealot's just kind of chilling. Detonator's backed off to the satellite. So, and actually a knock does come out, but we're going to look down here over at Comets and YK as the beachfront is getting packed.
Yep, Young Kings, they did make the cross. Big damage coming out over on towards him and right now, but it's not going to be enough to finish the job. He's going to be kind of pinned down for the time being. We do see Beam's going to open up on towards Knightley as well, but I mean, Young Kings, they are just doing everything they can to try and hold out Comet, as he actually going to be getting caught out as well. So Comet, after some pretty strong performances, with only 2 players left up, kind of in a rough position, and it looks like Young Kings want to kind of rotate here just to prevent anyone from being able to sneak in from the north of them. Very, very, very smart play.
A nice job from Young Kings, really taking active. I mean, I don't know if they spotted comments, but they are going back to their buildings now. But good job from them, really taking initiative to keep those shorelines clear, not letting anyone get on their beaches, at least for free. Comments is there, but I mean, they're in shambles at this point, and they don't have any vehicles. So nice job from YK, taking control of that west side of the map, as this circle is right on top of Millie. So it really, one way or the other, we don't know exactly where this is going. It's not favoring really anything.
Yep, we do see Nightly there going to be opening up on towards Enigma as now. I mean, it's just so unfortunate for them. They've lost 3 players already. Be interesting to see if they can get the res on towards Fries, but I'm not sure whether that's going to be the case, as it is just going to be Morn's left standing. They have been able to at least get a point on towards Hello Senpai, but I mean, considering how excited I was to see this team playing, they haven't had the best performances so far. I do feel like Nightly are one of those teams with amazing potential, very strong players, constantly grinding, but unfortunately so far tonight, they've just not had the performance maybe they're looking for. As we do see Febuary, they're going to be getting some big knocks on towards Noorg, who were trying to actually bridge camp them up on the north. But I mean, the time being, Morn's just laying low, kind of.
It's tough, right? It's hard to clear those containers. There's just so many entries and exits and just little rat places for them to hide. So clearing shouldn't be the highest priority of Enigma, especially with Duel on their heels. But we see a rotation coming out from Fury here, and Noorg is in front of him. A 2-man on a buggy, actually. Some shots might come out. Yeah, nice. Oh, I thought he hit a little bit of damage there. Not quite. Nice shots anyways. Good pressure put on the back front of Noorg, as there's no one at the other end of the bridge to greet Noorg. So Noorg is going to have free passage at this point, as Ronan is looking for the chase. I mean, if he hits it, he does get a shot. So, I mean, you got to give it to him. He's putting it out there. The effort is there for sure. Some nice shots coming out from Ronan, and he's getting aggressive as he can be. And Noorg's actually going to continue to send it further. They know that they're a 2-man, right? Roji, there's no chance, man. Sorry, you're not getting res. So they're trying to get as deep as they can, as early as they can. And we see this gas split. He's about to drive into 2 members of gas when you have the other 2 members on the far southwest side of the island. So this is that split that we were talking about that they didn't get to perform last game, as Nico spotted out Slappers last game. But I mean, this game he got his compound, so they're going to get some company from this team of Valor, who's doing the ferry strat again. And I don't mind it. You know, you can't blow up a ferry, you can't sink it, you don't have to swim from it. I mean, you might have to be met with some confrontation when you on board, but I mean, I like the play. It's safer than a boat, really.
Yeah, and you know what? I love it. It feels like no teams are really expecting it. As no surprises, the circle kind of centers up over on Millie. But, I mean, there's so many players over towards Novo right now. This could make things rough. As we do see Gas Cans, it seems they kind of switched up their playstyle a little bit to kind of play more central down on towards these Millie circles right now, which is, it feels like that's something they've got a lot of criticism for, but we'll see how it ends up unfolding, because at the end of the day, they're not really used to playing this super central. As actually Honey Badger getting caught with a big nade coming out from later. Oldler's getting ready to peek over the top, as Honey Badger going to be getting flushed out, and this is not the start that Gas wanted after last game, and it looks like Oldler's just going to try his best to disengage from this fight. He will spot out later, does a lot of big damage, but not going to be quite enough to finish the job. And I mean, Adam and Nico, they're all the way down to the south. They have to try and rotate in early to do some damage, as Oldler's just going to try and get behind this ridge. He will be able to spot one out. Balkan gets the knock on towards Adam as he tries to rotate through. Now Nikos and Oldler's, the 2 players left up, are going to be very, very split right here.
Well, and that's tough. And, you know, I think oh, man, another knock comes out from Noorg. Nice shooting from Azola. It's just going to be Oldest up, and he's getting hunted by Dodge, sprinting out of the compound to try and get eyes on him. Oldest, I don't know where he's going to go. He's running towards the direction of the edge of the circle, but I think in these situations, as formidable of an opponent and mechanically talented as those members of Gascans are, when a team like Dodge sees this is... I mean, they know, right? They play enough scrims where they understand teams' tendencies. When they know it's, hey, guys, it's Gascan, and the closest 2 members are like 4 kilometers away. So that kind of instills some confidence to get in there and push that team. So nice aggression coming out from Dodge, really, really punishing that split from Gascans. And we might be seeing more of that as teams have to get more aware of where Gas likes to set up early. But yeah, I mean, we do see Duel trying to take some shots. Nothing going to land, but this is going to be a southwest or southeast cluster here, as we see Enigma, Slappers, and Duel all about to be in some hot action together.
While we kind of have these shots coming out, Sophia going to be able to get a big knock on towards Ethan. He flushes that one out, no problem. But Sharp Shot with the 300 ping drive-by connects on towards Sophia, going to try and finish the job, hops in towards that shack. But now the question is, what does Slappers decide to do? Because Enigma also going to be opening up. Drassel going down to beams right here. As I mean, Enigma, they're just going to be playing this ridge as best as possible. Wooly moving around the side, trying to get an angle on towards it. As Sharp Shot, of course, he goes for the vehicle kill to try and finish off Sophia. Hambino with some big shots on towards JR. Not going to be enough as Ripper connects with the headshot. Mimo all the way down to the south. He's got a long way to go, but Wooly also going to be making a push in from the east now.
Yeah, man, and these teams didn't know about each other. Slappers didn't really seem to know about Enigma, which I'm a little bit surprised at. And Mimo trying to take some shots. I mean, if he gets that knock, he almost confirms it. It's not quite a high enough tick blue, but whatever he can do here to scramble some points is he's in a bad spot. He's behind two teams. He has a vehicle a little bit further away, but this is going to turn into a 1v1 between... Oh, go ahead.
I just saw this pop up on the map. You guys couldn't see it, but Systematicos tried to send it across the bridge, and a Crash with a perfectly timed nade just kind of eliminated them in the space of a second. But we see Sharp Shot here, yet another drive-by, and I hear players complaining so much about drive-bys, saying they want it reverted, but I mean, you love to see the style points coming out. But Duel, they have lost 2 players. They're down to 2 man. It's Sharp Shot and Wooly. Fury getting good control over Sosnovka right now in the Plains area, as the zone will pull down to the south. This is going to look very strong for Fury right now. Yeah, I mean, what a as milli circle as it could be, right? Smack dab in the middle. No Org is feeling real good, sitting in the ATC. We have actually Maroons still on the east. I mean, you have Enigma on the edge of the circle. You have another team to the east of them, and then you have Maroons even further east. So this is going to be some east action going on 24/7 as Ripper does look for some of the, he can hear these vehicles surely, and he's getting ready to maybe get some points here. Duel is going to send it off the cliffs. That's smart from Duel, right? They expected someone to be there, and even knowing that Enigma was nearby, they're going to go for the bunkers most likely. So good play from Duel, having the awareness to not just send it down the road, and still good discipline from Enigma, making sure that they force them away from them, whether they get the kills or not. Enigma did their job right there. Now they don't have to worry about Duel. Duel's no longer a threat. So well played from Enigma, well played from Duel. Quality PUBG. As we do see Oldest making a dash for the for the pancake maker. He's on the back of the, oh my goodness, he's actually trying to do a drive-by in the air. He doesn't have to work out for it, but No Org takes it from him. I mean, nice play from No Org, making sure to eliminate any threat coming in from the east. No Org is actually setting up in the pancake maker away from the ATC, which is a little bit peculiar, but that's going to be Gas going out in 14th, coming off a 24-point game. You know what? When you're a team like Gas Cans, there are some games you have that are absolutely huge and some that just aren't, and it feels like we say this all the time. Now that they're trying to adapt their melee style of play, it's really not working out for them. But we do see Fury here. They're going to start getting aggressive over on towards No Org. And Insight going to be able to get the knock and flush on towards Falcon. White Kick and Bukau with the peek out. Takes down Rizola. Out go No Org. But long range shots going to be landing in from Dodge here. Down goes Flood. He should be resable. But this is not what you want if you're Fury now. When you've just made a push and now Dodge are coming in from the north to try and third party.
This isn't what you want at all, and Dodge surely knows this is Fury, right? And although they do get the res, they kind of have an idea, hey, you know, there's one of Fury over far west, there's another one, I think, even in the bowl, and we have 2 guys in the ATC, so this is definitely something Dodge might feel confident in, and we saw them punish the split of gas cans earlier, and Waika Kamuka finds himself getting caught out here. He might go down. I can't imagine these tires are going to last much longer, as Danny's looking for him, or no, excuse me, Lada's looking for him underneath that car. Not going to find him, though. I mean, he has a nice little ridge of elevation, keeping him from being spotted, but Waika Kamuka, regardless, is in a really bad spot. I'm sure Lada's calling for this guy, or calling for his team to help him with this guy, making sure he doesn't lose that little hole, because this is their entry into the zone, you know? He's shooting dead bodies, Lamp, but, you know, nice shots regardless. As Waikamuka makes a run for it, but just like that, some nice shots, man. Lamp putting it down, nice headshots coming out from his teammates, good team shots there from those guys, knowing that that's their entry into the zone.
Yeah, Cow just runs into that firing line of Dodge. Very well played. It looks like Insight should be able to get the res off, but he does have to be a little careful here because Finna is separated from the rest of the team. He could start getting a bit of a rotate coming on here. There's actually Morns, the solo player left up from Knightley, does get the knock on towards Steezy. He's starting to open up on towards Destiny, and he could potentially finish off 2 kills here on towards T8 as the zone centers up, and we are going to have a melee-based finish and down towards those planes. Morns going out to the barrel, and very well played from Knightley, but only top 12. It's not going to get them into those placement points that we know they're desperate for.
it's just not enough. And we see Fury actually centering up more. Excuse me. We're going over to Illusion here. Crash and Illusion about to go at it here on the top of the hill. This isn't in the zone, so neither of these teams are fighting for real estate that's in the zone. That means they have to finish this fight as quickly as possible, get the reses if need be, and then move on into the circle as 24 seconds until the zone actually moves. I don't know if Matthew... It doesn't look like Crash has any idea Matthew's here, and both of them running around going to mask the footsteps for him. Matthew's looking for it, though. Taking his time, being patient.
Big spray, he spots up one, goes to the spray on towards one. Oh, King with the return fire, though, takes down Matthew. Icy pops up, doing some big damage on towards King. He knows roughly where Gazira is, as now the long-range shots coming out from Young Kings. They're going to take him down. I'm not sure whether Icy realizes this, though, as he does throw the Molotov, kind of preparing for any extra players. It's not going to be enough, though. There's now Top Dog moving in as well. A Crash have just taken that vehicle. They've dipped out of here. Illusion just going to be looking to try and pick up these kills, but I mean, very good third party coming out there from Young Kings.
Yeah, nice job from Young Kings staying very aware. And we do see the Millie base itself is starting to get a little more packed as No Cap comes through with a fresh 4-man. Oh, and Dodge has actually moved their way over here. Dodge is holding this K building or this police building really well. And I mean, I don't think Flamey knows about the guy in his building already. So we'll see how this plays out.
This
Nice
is
shot.
so smart here. This is so smart coming out from Dodge. I mean, Aleda was just holding his trigger discipline as actually Finna takes the shots to distract Flamey. Beamy going to be getting knocked now as now No Cap kind of on the back foot. Addict throwing down some smokes to try and get the res off. He should be able to, but oh no. What a nade coming out from Leda. Beautifully timed. Flushes out. Beamy gets the knock on towards Addict as now only 2 players left up from No Cap. Flamey going to be trying to go for the heal now, but all of Dodge looking over towards Plouf. They are just giving chase as best as possible. Plouf goes down. Flamey out as well, and No Cap eliminated in 11th place.
Nice job from Dodge. I mean, that was just walking into a trap. We do have Illusion working their way closer towards that same building. Dodge has to be aware that, hey, you know, there's more teams around. We just did an amazing job. We're 4-man up. We're feeling good, but we got to refocus, right? We have teams knocking on our doorstep, and Illusion is not a team to be messed with in this tournament, as they proved game 1, winning a Millie Zone. And a nice knock opens up from Icy Flex. Freeman with some supportive shots, and this is definitely going to cue the push, I would assume, onto Dodge. And another nice headshot. Icy and Freeman are just a tag team. I mean, these guys are putting in work. That makes it a 2-man, and Finn is actually looking towards a retreat angle. I'm not sure where Finn is going, but he wraps himself around. Top Dog has a little bit of an off angle, and I would assume he's about to peek Finna here. Freeman with some shots through the smoke, doesn't find anything. Looking for the flushes, I'm sure. And Finna is also receiving some damage, having to fall off this as Illusion works their way in. They're playing so cohesive here.
Illusion just working so well to try and take down these Dodge players. As Dodge, they set up kind of a trap for No Cap, but it seems like they haven't had time to reset enough to take the same trap on towards Illusion, as now Icy just playing ever so slowly. Matthew in a little bit deeper than the rest of his team. As the zone is going to close in, it's going to limit the amount of playable space that Dodge really have right now. Danny looking like he wanted to peek out through that window, and it seems like Illusion, they need to get some support on towards Matthew right now, because he's kind of making a solo stand. Not sure whether he spotted out Finna there, but I mean, in this position, Freemy and Matthew, they have a bit of a pinch on towards Dodge, but is it going to be enough? Is now Matthew going to decide to move over to the rest of his team? Does get caught with some shots from Danny, not going to be enough to finish the job, as Icy connecting with the headshot. He slows down the push from Dodge right now, but his teammate is just pinned. He tries to make it inside, and they will be able to.
Yeah, nice supportive shot. I mean, Illusion's playing really well. They're obviously communicating. They're holding for each other. That was a bold attempt to run through the very north of that building. That's really dangerous, but the supportive shots were there. Freemy is still playing a spoiler. I don't think there's any way Dodge expects one hanging back. I like this play from Freemy. Snake in the grass. Now, if they do all exit out the west side of the building, Freemy's going to have his hands full, but we have Valor grouping up in the south here. They're still in the zone. They're chilling. They're fine. They do have to figure out what they're going to do next circle, as YK is in front of them, Enigma on the east, and a duo of Comets actually split north to south. Monty and Heyman very far out, as we see Freemy start to open up on the members of Dodge, but that's going out to the west, and Freemy's kind of all alone here. Opening up without a knock is dangerous for him.
Yeah, he does a lot of big damage, but now Dodge are aware of the position and they're sending Danny G round on towards the flank. But this is going to be the cue now for the rest of Illusion start getting aggressive. They realize that if Dodge do have the opportunity to kind of reset, they could absolutely destroy Freemy. But a huge spray coming out from Top Dog here over on towards Finna. Tries to take down one as Ronan going for the third party. SLR spam coming out over on towards him, and Top Dog picking up yet another kill, 4 so far for Illusion. And now Danny G, the solo player left up from Dodge, after, I should point out, Fury came in with the third party on towards Illusion. They took out Freemy.
Yeah, and Danny's making his slow little creep towards the barrels, making sure not to get spotted by Ronan. He might look for a kill here. I think he has it. He does get the nod. He's going to go for the flush as well. He knows he still has the 3 men. He doesn't actually get the flush. He's going to play a little aggressive for it. It does put him in a bad position, and a little bit of a mistake there. The molly will get the flush, but it puts him in a bad position, and Danny does go out, gets a point for his team, but opens up an opportunity for Icy to come in on the buggy as Flood. Hey, I mean, they're the 3 men, right? They have to take care of this north threat. Icy Flex is making it so. He's getting right in their face, but the other 2 members of Fury are quite far away. I mean, I love the aggression from Flood, but he doesn't really have the close support that he might need against the 3 men.
Yeah, and it looks like Flood trying to back off here. Insight doing his best to move up, but he gets absolutely beamed here by Beams as Insight and Cow going to be playing this little dip. Flood going to try and make a similar push right now, and I mean, Fury, they were very, very split. They started to get punished for it, but somehow managed to survive, as Flood should be able to make it in with the rest of his team. But let's not forget, a Crash playing another one of these dips over to the northwest of them, so they could definitely punish here. As Enigma, they're going to be looking for their entry in towards zone. They know there's Valor down to the south. They're just not sure about these planes because it is so hard to get line of sight on towards them.
It really is. They're hard to scout into. I mean, once you're there, it's a pretty 50-50 fight. You know, you have the third parties coming in from all the teams everywhere. That's what makes planes so unfortunate for teams. You definitely have to watch your angles. So that's an element of the fight that's difficult, but Enigma should be able to find their way in, as Top Dog's going to go on the bike. I mean, he knows he has a spot with Icy Flex on that corner, but it's not a good one. And after this, I mean, if they can keep that bike, that's nice. But, oh, nice shots from Monty, actually, on a swerving bike. Really nice shots from Monty, and they do remain a 2-up. Could really still do some damage here. They're in a great spot of the zone. They have a lot of room to work with, and they're on top of a wing. We have Valor sitting into the wall here. Enigma actually gets there before them and takes out a couple of them. I mean, that's 2 down from Valor at this point, and Beams has a sick angle, keeping them from really playing the south side of the wall. I love that setup from Beams.
Jeppy and Grantlantis, they send it in, but Enigma just absolutely popping off, catching them on the wall. Will be able to flush out 1 or 2. Another spray coming out from JR here. Down goes 0. Colton going to be the final player left standing, but JR, he knows there's more around here. He's playing so aggressive. Colton accidentally flushed out his teammate, but Fury with the third party. Insight with some big DMR shots. That's going to slow Enigma down a little bit, but they have been able to get players into the zone. As these smokes start to dissipate, it will make it harder and harder for Colton to realistically survive, but JR is going to try and finish the job. Beams holding back a little to try and provide that DMR support. And I mean, our biggest concern right now, I think, is probably going to be Zealot up on that northern side, who has to try and make his way in, because most other teams kind of have an entry here, as it looks like JR will be able to spot him out. Goes for that SLR spam, takes down Colton, but Higuain from long range with the return fire takes down JR. And I mean, Enigma, 12 kills already. This is huge for them.
I mean, nice job from Enigma. They had to play in. That was a full 4-man, keep in mind. Good job for them. So Enigma find themselves in the circle with, I think you said 15 kills, or what was it, 12, 15 kills? I mean, regardless, an obscene amount of kills. So good job from them. As we see a little bit of action, I'd say the most congested side right here is the northeast. We have a solo, a duo, and Fury, with most likely somewhere that they need to go next circle, unless this circle really blesses them with the northeast shift. But these planes are going to be hard to get to for them.
Yeah, Fury, they're going to have a rough time rotating in, so let's take a quick listen into their team comms and see how they play this.
Understood.
Yep.
I'm going to cover the balls. Flood, can you cover planes?
I'll just make sure I'm good. Yeah, I can cover planes. Just get you on north, Jesse. It's north's really rough.
Hey, drive it back from balls.
There's still one. Both bikes got knocked.
Yeah, one isolation north.
Yeah, he's got no helmet as well. We're gonna leave over to old mate's ball in a sec.
Yeah, in a sec.
Yeah, bro, I played here so much in TDM. This is my moment.
I'm just gonna wait from top in the buggy. That's his plan.
I got fucking no barrel ammo.
Yeah, I've got.
It's a mini map, bro.
Dude.
True.
Did my guy die?
You guys are smoking up.
Oh, okay. There's already another one in that bowl.
I got the res.
Yep.
Just keep on.
Can you watch us, Jesse?
Watch green.
What green?
Yep.
Nice.
That's not him. That's not him, by the way.
I understand. Yeah, I get it.
Throw some smokes, yeah.
I've got the
Okay, yep.
Do you just go inside cover?
Yeah.
Or do you go inside cover?
He's still in the bowl.
Nading. Let's go. Wait
That's
for the
two,
nade,
that's
go.
two. He's got knocked, he got knocked. Let's
Go,
go.
go, go, go.
I get a U-turn north.
Oh no.
It's
We
fine,
come
it's
up.
fine,
Should
it's
be
fine.
good, should be good.
I got him. Got him.
Yeah, I'm
Care
throwing
the
a
top
smoke.
rock, northeast.
One
He
dead.
died, he died.
Still up. Zealous.
Yeah, one up.
Nades. Nice. Nice.
I'm peeking west.
Yeah, I'm looking towards the Zella guy.
On the plane, green mark.
You got a boost on?
I have an energy, yep.
There's two stairs.
That's it, I'm out now.
Knocked one close at the planes.
Nice.
He's one shot on the flush. On my mark.
We need to make sure this guy doesn't fucking get close enough to you to us.
Yeah.
Running a Balti. He's a loser.
He's still far.
TDM loser.
Vine dead. Vine dead.
He knocked it one.
I'm nading the smoke.
We're fed.
There's a knock in that smoke.
Understood.
Yep.
One's wrapping in a green dossier. Tagged him.
So an impressive little push coming out there from Fury as they did manage to make it into zone. Now they have themselves a bit of a dip. We'll see how they end up fighting out of it. Beam's able to connect on towards one from Fury right now. So they are going to be kind of on the back foot, but Enigma going to do what they can to try and get involved in this fight as Beam's using the smoke to make the push on towards Fury right now.
Oh, Beam's just getting in there. Oh, he does get spotted out, though. This is a really hard fight for him. Nice peeks coming out from Insight to take him down, but they do get third party. Monty with the upper, I think he's still on top of the wing potentially. Really nice shots. Enigma does get taken out with that South YK team, and we have Monty now. Actually, Comet's putting themselves in a position to win this game from a two-man from quite a long time ago. I mean, remember, they were the guys on the beach, right, that got held up from the boat from YK, so these guys have come a long way, and Monty, him in on 5 kills and another knock coming out from him, looking for another one, and some good damage on the second member. I mean, this is going to make it a second-place finish for him if he can finish off this guy, and he does have to move into the zone, so he's looking for his vehicle, but really nice awareness coming out from these guys. I mean, Monty needs to share a little bit of ammo with Hyman, as Hyman's on 2 rounds spare, Monty at 250, but I'm sure they'll get that sorted out in this next zone, as this is going to be potentially a nice little standoff between Comets and Fury. I'm really impressed with Comets.
You gotta say, it almost feels like karma here for Comets, because it was actually Young Kings that were holding them out from getting onto the Millie Island earlier, so they had to play super slow as a two-man, and now they start to punish. Is Insight gonna be able to spot out Higuain? And now it's a 2v3. Fury with 10 kills already, but why kick a mook out? He's only got 6 bullets in that SLR, I should say, but never mind, because Flood is going to just absolutely spray him and out of the vehicle, and now Monty going to be the final player left standing. This could end up being huge for him right now, as Cow using his last bullet with that SLR. Now it's down to M4 only. He's got just over 2 mags left, but I mean, this utility usage coming out from Fury is absolutely huge. I don't even know how far away that nade was, but what a nade. Bounces it over the top, finishes off the final player, and Fury, they're coming alive now. It seems like they've adapted to the NA way of playing. They're feeling confident. You heard them last game. Very well played indeed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, nicely played from Fury right there. 12 kills, 2,300 damage. I mean, two milli games, right? Playing really well, having to come onto the island and perform. So really well played. I'm really impressed with those guys. Their communications when we were listening to them were very short, concise. They didn't say anything that they didn't have to say. So nicely played from those guys. They took the position from the edge, sent it into center, held their spot long enough, and really netted a lot of points there that game. Nicely played, guys.
Very well played indeed. But there's one man I want to hear from. It's going to be Insight. He's in the Discord with us now. And Insight, what an impressive game coming out from you guys there. 12 kill chicken dinner. It looked for a minute like you were really going to struggle when you were kind of over near. I think D-Rich calls it the pancake maker. I think it really did look like that third party was potentially going to come in, but you guys cleaned that up no problem and just, you know, with such a confident split, you cleaned out.
Yeah, it was looking really rough there. We were caught in a bit of a sticky situation, but you know, we never leave the boys behind. So made sure we got those reses, and
let's go.
You know, kept our cars up and went into some of those new dips.
Really nice. I mean, obviously the car is really paying off huge in terms of cover and transportation across the runway. Is that something you guys talked about prior? Like you guys, I mean, cars are a priority here. I mean, obviously they're always a priority, but sometimes they're more of a priority than others. Is that something that's pretty passively understood among your team, or do you guys focus on the little details that go from game to game like that whenever the level of importance it really is just so high?
I think it's definitely good just to remind everyone, make sure you bring your car in, things like that. But you know, after we've played for so long, you know, it's kind of like a passive understanding just to bring your cars in.
Yeah, for sure, man. Well, nicely played from the edge there.
That.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nicely played from the edge.
I kind of have to ask, though, you know, you guys, you're an OS team. You absolutely destroy in OS. You destroy in APAC. How does it feel kind of coming into the Americas style of play that, I mean, we were planning on it happening at the beginning of 2020. Unfortunately, you know, the lands couldn't happen. We couldn't really see that Americas region in the way that we hoped. How do you guys feel playing, you know, in the NA server? Are there any differences to the meta? How you guys have to adapt?
I would say NA it's a lot more structured in their rotates. I think everyone's like a bit more predictable. That's not like a bad thing. I think APAC is very messy, so it's kind of nice that everything is a bit more predictable. So I think that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes the entire pacing of the early and mid game just so much different. So you feel like that's benefiting you guys then? It's more clean and understandable?
I think definitely because we had 2 military games. I think if those were APAC, we might not have been able to get across those bridges because the team might have just sat there in the blue and just camped it. So it was nice that we could get across the bridge cleanly.
Well, I gotta say, very well played from you guys. Thank you so much for joining us for an interview Insight. Go and take yourself a little break before the next games get started. But ladies and gentlemen, before the next games start, I do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors and partners. First of all, huge shout out to Twire GG for providing all the leaderboards. I know there's been some issues with them. That's not on Twire's side. That's purely the API just being a little slow today. Huge shout out to them. Without them, I don't know how, you know, all of these community tournaments would work because they provide leaderboards for pretty much every PUBG event. Even if you guys just want to go in, analyze how players play, they even have a tool for that so you can map out rotations, see how players perform. They are an awesome organization. And not forgetting Fred Hutch, of course, D-Rich.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Fred Hutch, also an amazing organization, a little bit unrelated to scorekeeping in PUBG, but they are a cancer research foundation leading the charge in that health medical field, and also taking a lot of initiative with the COVID research, making a lot of headway, really doing a lot of trial and erroring, as we know that, we may not know, the coming up with a vaccine is a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of tedious these people are just geniuses, right? And they have to come up with ideas, and if they don't work, they got to do it again. It's just a lot of tedious trial and error and elimination of possibilities. So they're doing an amazing job there. 303 is very, very proud to be partnered with them, and kind of a mutual support. And actually, one of the things 303 is doing throughout this entire year is that if you hit the donate button on the bottom of the panels, it'll send funds directly to Fred Hutch, and that helps them immensely. Also, Fred Hutch works with the streamers of 303 to kind of raise awareness of cancer research, and at the time being COVID, of course, trying to be the forefront and that head-on charge towards fighting this virus and hopefully bringing a little more stability to the world. So big thanks to them for doing what they do. And if we can support them in any way, if you feel like you want to in any way, the donate button, like I said, I believe 303's goal is 25K throughout the year. Is that correct, Junks?
Yep, that's correct. And it'd be huge to be able to hit that, I have to say, especially for such an awesome organization.
Yep, for sure.
And Not to forget as well, thank you so much to the other sponsors of 303. Not forgetting Glitch Energy and Stints Built. Thank you so much to those guys for the support that they give to 303. They're awesome. Definitely go check them out. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, because in just a couple minutes, we are going to go to game number 4 of the evening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an impressive game. Febuary going to be picking up their first win of the evening in game number 3. An absolutely insane team and really showing it that game with a really strong chicken dinner. And you know what? I love the fact that the OS region has some players involved, because it feels like the chances for them to get to play in this kind of Americas region is going to be so helpful to the OS region, because it definitely is one of those regions that is kind of a little bit struggling right now. So I do hope for them that maybe seeing Febuary dominating in a lobby like this could maybe get some of those OS players, even if they're not able to like play in OS scrims and stuff, if it can maybe convince them to come over to NA and play in scrims there, just to try and get that community a little bit more active.
Right, and it's a shame that a team so good is kind of put on an underdog level, right? Just because of the popularity of the game within a region, and it's absolutely of no fault to any of the OC players' own. Fury coming out here and putting on a show game 1 and 3. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, as we're waiting on the leaderboards to update, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them up there, if not on top. I'm ready for them to continue to play like this. I was really impressed with their composure during that, quite literally, ascend into the middle of Phase 7. So, this is the, it's the time of the game where you're either going to die or you're going to continue to live. Because and that sounds silly, right? But it's like they're sitting in a car and they're covering and they're playing a really good job, a really good PUBG, and they're communicating really well. They're not hectic, they're not frantic, they're calculated. If they get knocked, they just call it. It's not a situation of cluttering comms. So really nice to those guys. Good job, Fury.
But we do have the leaderboards. Let's see how that affected everything. And I mean, no surprises here. Febuary with 36 points overall in only 3 games. That is huge for them.
Well, and top on the kills, tied with an Enigma, actually. Maybe I was asleep through these games, but I didn't know Enigma had 20 kills. Well played to them. They're in 3rd place with, obviously, kills being on their side for the tiebreakers. So nice job to them. They're 1 point off 2nd place. So, I mean, they were kind of, I don't know, maybe I just wasn't paying attention while I was casting this, but good job to Enigma.
Yeah, very well played. I feel like Enigma, I even noted down that, like, in the qual, felt like they were a little bit behind on day 1 of the RO16, but they definitely came back with a very methodical approach, They weren't one of those teams that we see them having, like, 20 kill games and a win or anything like that.
Right.
They were definitely a team that, while not getting these insane games, they were very consistent, and that managed to qualify them in a really good position. And I think we're really seeing that now, as even when they were taking fights with teams like Slappers and Gas Cans, they were very methodical about it, but still aggressive. And I really like that.
Right.
And they're one of those teams that they just have such good players with so much potential. I can't wait to see them perform well.
Well, and on the topic of gas cans, we see them still sitting up there, up in the leaderboard with 24 points. If they could just make their games that aren't so good a little bit more consistent, then they would be in 1st place without a doubt, right? 24 points in 1 game is amazing, and just a little bit of games sprinkled in there, maybe a 6 point, a 4 point. I mean, all of a sudden that puts them at 34. So I just want to see a little bit more consistency from them. I know they're not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. They're going to continue to play their game and play it properly to the best of their abilities. But I would like to see a little bit more factual evidence of that, of them playing their best every game, not just seeing these big games and kind of riding off of it. So that's a team I'm excited to see on Miramar, because I think they are kind of a Miramar team as well. They're not by any means bad on Erangel, but definitely a good Miramar team.
Yeah, it definitely feels like players like Honey Badger that can kind of coordinate their team in such a way that they kind of send solos when taking a fight to all sorts of different positions. Right. The ridges of Miramar can just be so powerful, because you're fighting a team ahead of you, then all of a sudden 2 teammates pop out from behind and you're over, And I feel like that is definitely one of those areas that Gas Can's really shining.
It really is, and Miramar, like you said, that's a good point. They do a good job of playing on little islands, and not necessarily literal islands, but areas in which they have to protect their life because they can't get rezzed, right? They have to be their own IGL and figure out what they need to do to help the team accomplish the goal at hand, and how they can do that on a solo mission, essentially. So Miramar offering a lot of capabilities for that. I'm excited to see how Miramar goes. Do you have any teams you think will stand out in this? I mean, we haven't seen STS. STS was 1 point, right? Casa Grande was a top fragger of our first day in the opens, and now they're at 1 point. So what's going on?
Well, you know what? I think it's one of those things that you can be very strong in opens where, you know, it is as competitive as it is, teams aren't as structured, if that makes sense. Whereas in this tier 1 environment, it does feel like teams are way more structured in the way that they take fights. And I think that could potentially end up being Systematico's downfall. But, ladies and gentlemen, our Erangel games for the evening are done. Let's hop over into Miramar for game number 4 of the evening.
Let's rock and roll. I mean, we have Dodge exiting early. Tierra, Torre, Campo Militar split. I mean, and if nobody's going to take him, you might as well take all 3. Later, you could turn around and go to Cruz if you wanted to. They have a nice, I mean, a city each, right? That's pretty good. We have gas cans going towards their Azahar area. So, you know, nice and huge, wide open space in the Northeast. A lot of teams not opting to jump. I'm not sure because it is A, B lobby. Some of these teams don't. I'll be honest. Even in round robin lobbies when I was playing, I was sometimes kind of forgetting the day's drops because you have teams that drop in different locations every day you're playing in a round robin format. So sometimes you're thinking, is there a cruise team? I don't know. So like, let's just wait. And then all of a sudden there's no cruise team and you might be put in a position where you have to kind of drop on top of somebody, as we see a lot of teams around the middle of the map. I mean, kind of interestingly, around the middle of the map in a circle, a lot of congestion. And I'm not sure if I can't see how it's playing out right now looking at it on the map, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't any type of early engagement here.
Yeah, and I mean, we should point out as well, obviously, the teams do fill out drop sheets. For anyone who's unaware of that, it basically means that the teams write down, okay, this is where we're going to drop, and that allows them to kind of make the decision whether they want to maybe switch up their drop spots if other teams are going to be dropping there, or whether they just want to commit to it. They say, this is ours. As we do actually see Young Kings and Fury here in sight, both going to be landed right next to each other. This could end up being a little bit messy here, as LFP is just going to be sending it in. Oh no, he's got the micro Uzi. It wasn't loaded. He does notice it, thankfully. That was nearly a very rough one. As Young Kings LFP is going to decide to disengage, as he knows the insight is in here somewhere. But let's not forget, Higuain up to the north. He's going to be looting over towards Boxing Arena as well. As insight, he looks away at just a very unfortunate time as the player peaks.
Well, and this is interesting. This is exactly what we were talking about. Players not knowing what other teams are going to be doing. I would highly doubt that both of these teams floated over Picado and chose to loot the shacks to the west. These guys didn't know that there was no one in Picado, and they're kind of just playing around. This is like the first game with that on this map where teams are kind of figuring out, okay, what do I expect here? Is someone taking Picado? Can I take Picado? And in this case, I mean, we kind of have a little bit of a weird situation. We have 2 members of YK and Picado, and then the rest of both teams of YK and Fury spread out to the west of it. So it might result in something, as we see Fury, they have to go through Picado at least to the east to get to the circle. They might try and wrap around, but that's just time, and it just depends how they feel about this situation, or if they know about the person in Boxing Ring. As we actually, Slappers getting on Sophia's getting in that compound with Wooly, and it's a 1v1.
I do wonder if Sophia's aware of this, whether he saw that buggy that's parked up as he worked his way in, because he's just playing so passively right now. Maybe he heard Wooly, but it seems like kind of a stalemate for the time being. It's actually Fury, they open up on towards Andy as well, so they're opening up that fight on towards Young Kings. But I mean, for the time being, Wooly, he knows a player moved up onto this by the sound of things, and now he just plays so slowly, doesn't have a vest, so if Sophia can hit just one burst with this M16, it might finish him off.
Yeah, and the burst M16, man, I hate it. I hate using it, but gosh, it's actually pretty scary whenever you can get off that short burst, and some players are just really accurate with it, and it is scary. The barrel is just as scary, but we see a 2 vest on Sophia, no helmet though. So this will be interesting. It's all about mechanical ability here as Ethan or Viha joins the fight, and he's going to be wrapping around, maybe trying to get some more angles. Cherry's pulling up on the south too, so they might spot out Sophia here pretty soon, and Slapper's converging on the fight as well. This might turn into a little 4v4. Sophia's got to watch his angles on the south too. So I mean, this is going to be close when Duel is definitely here before Slappers. We'll see if they try to make something happen before the rest of Slappers arrives.
I love what Duel are doing here. They know there's a solo. They want to take this as a team fight as soon as possible, but the rest of Slappers are starting to move in now. I like the fact that Duel are getting aggressive, but they don't really have the best angles. They don't really know exactly where Sophia is. Hambino and Mimo far away as Mimo starts to open up with a couple shots, but nothing really landed as Cherry returns the fire. Sophia playing slow, Drassel playing up on that ridge. Viha all the way back, going to try and hold this angle to prevent the push, as we do see No Organ and Valor, they're going to be trading out some shots each, but now the spray comes out from Wooly. I'm not sure whether he noticed a player over where Drassel was, or maybe they were just warning shots trying to bait out a peek, but let's not forget Via moving all the way up to the north here, getting a big flank on towards Drassel. This could end up being rough for him if he gets spotted out by Hambino.
Well, and I would assume, knowing both of these teams and the players on them, neither of them are just looking for a stalemate in the south part of the zone. They would love to take advantage of this zone, especially Duel, who loots this area. They want to get in this zone and get a good position and play this game properly. They don't want to just be sitting in a little... Actually, Memo, nice angle from Memo taking that ground away from Via, but these guys don't want to be in a stalemate. They want to get it done or leave, I would assume. They don't want to be sitting in a 4v4 for the entire game, as Sharp starts to make his way out on the balcony, looking for some nades and nice damage on Drassel as well, but Memo with that nice cover really keeps the eye in the sky for Sophia. Sophia doesn't have to worry too much about what's going on. Memo will tell him, as long as Via doesn't spot out Sophia on this back wall, he should be fine to really play a spoiler, because he's been so patient. I don't know if Duel is maybe forgotten about him, or at least assumed that he is driven off. And Sharp does get in the buggy, maybe trying to spark some interest of some kind. Nothing comes of it, though. Drassel looking for an opening, really playing nice and easy, looking for a mistake from one of the other teams. And they hear Sharp driving away. Clearly, they're thinking it's a bait. They're not falling for it. Nicely played from Slappers. Good patience from them. And it still continues to just be a stalemate at this point. No team's trying to give an opening, and rightfully so. I mean, in these positions, the first to get knocked, it kind of opens everything up, and you just have to watch your angles and play really smart. Kind of try and predict the enemy a little bit.
I think this really shows as well, because a lot of people, when Slappers first got together, you know, they were saying, oh, this is just a pub team. They're just fighting everything. They're only winning because of gun skill. But it feels like now they've adapted. They're into this position where they're taking fights as a comp team would. They're not overextending here. We did see Honey Badger and Oldless each get a kill on towards No Cap now. So they're going to be down to 2 players left up, as teams are going to start rotating in. But I think it's very, very impressive how Slappers have gone from kind of just this team that was put together for fun to try and stomp in some open tournaments to really being a top-tier comp team and with some amazing players on it. And, I mean, obviously, we can't forget Drassel making a comp comeback just to play on Slappers. However, I will point out he's not bolting, which makes me very upset.
I mean, come on, Drassel. What are you doing? That's the entire reason you liked playing comp before. Every time I saw a tweet, it was just about how you're missing bolt actions. So I need you to lock it in and stay true to your word with the bolts. But yeah, I mean, Duel looking to kind of get out of this now. Sharp is actually moving away. He might be looking for an alternative angle as none of his teammates are moving in the compound. So Sharp is really wanting to make something happen. Sharp is an impatient player, not in a negative way, but he's trying to get in the action as soon as possible. He's a smart, aggressive player. That doesn't mean that it's a bad type of impatience. He just looks for opportunities and tries to make it happen. And this is exactly what he's doing here, as Hambino kind of expects it as he's looking towards Sharp's angle. But the shots start to open up now, and a knock comes out on Sophia. Drassel, no answer, and Sophia does get flushed. That's going to be Ethan getting third party, though, from Comets from really far, so it equalizes it a little bit, as Hambino does predict Sharp, and nice shots come out from him. I mean, he's keeping this high ground on lock. Really, really nice instinct from Hambino to predict the buggy there. It does actually get secured from his boy Drassel. There were some tracers coming out from Comets to steal it, but...
Oh, yeah, Comets sends it in. Yaxley's pushing it in with the vehicle now. This could end up being huge here as he starts to pull up on towards the hill right now. Wooly going to be playing inside of this house here, but is it really going to be enough as players pushing from either side? Yaxley gets the confirm on towards Via. Slappers deciding to disengage, and I mean, this is so good here for all of these teams except for Duel.
I mean, poor Duel, right? They still have the compound, at least. Yaxley just kind of walks up, takes it, leaves. I mean... Comets is trying to stay open. They're trying to keep their space, right? And they saw a kill. They wanted to confirm the point. I guess that's one way of doing it. Cherry really not able to use this 8x mini, which I know he so badly wants to. Slap is going to work their way through Bandita. Hambino leading the charge here. Once again, nice instincts from Hambino, keeping this north entry open. If he lets Sharp make that happen, then I don't know what... I think Slapper is just kind of out in that situation with... Sharp getting the high ground, so nice job from him. As we look over at STS and Valor, STS, like we said, need to make something happen, and Valor earlier lost one member, so there Jeppy is the only member in this compound. DTZOR might be looking for it. If he does get knocked, there won't be any trade from Valor, so Jeppy needs to find his way over to the east and group back up with his teammates. DTZor hears him, though. I mean, he expects him.
Yeah, DTZor just playing so slow. I do wonder if Jeppy knows that there's a player in here. He is definitely playing a little bit cautious, and he will get caught out. So DTZor now from Systematicos is going to be able to get the kill on towards Jeppy. So Valor, they're going to be losing a player, and that's the risk of these really wide splits now, as we do see Casagrande here from Systematicos taking a little bit of damage from long range. We did see Noorg, they lost a player earlier, so unfortunate for them. Should point out as well, for anyone who was wondering, Fury did manage to stay as a 4-man over in Picardo. It looks like Young Kings decided to disengage once they got taken to 2-man. So for anyone wondering that, and now, oh no, of course, Duel again, they take yet another fight. Enigma going to be pushing on towards this now as Beam's moving in with his teammate. Nade comes out from Cherry, doesn't appear to be close enough, but JR has got caught with a little bit of damage now. Cherry moving over the top, Wooly trying to play around the side, but it looks like Enigma, they're gonna put players over this ridge and potentially do some big damage. But Hello Senpai, he gets the knock on towards Cherry now as Wooly the solo last up. He has to play this super passively right now, because if he makes one misplay, it's gonna crush the hopes of Duel getting anywhere in this game, as they only pick up 1 point as the shot comes out. A nice little one tap, but I'm not sure whether that's gonna be enough for him right now.
I mean, maybe I didn't see that right. Did he take the 2x off just to give him a little one tap? Is he just asserting dominance?
Yeah, just a little love tap, you know?
I like it, Wooly. Good stuff, man. I mean, I'm totally a believer in the Wooly 1v4. I was so happy earlier when we spectated their comms and I got to hear his voice. As he's remaining with the iron sights here. He sees the 2 openings. He does get one. Nice shots from Wooly. Looks for the second. Doesn't quite get it. Nade coming out. Good idea with the nade. Trying to get this confirmed flush. And he might get it a little bit short, though. Does do the damage on the knock, but that's not going to matter when he gets rezzed. Ripper is stepping up to the plate. He's looking for Wooly. Wooly's once again making a longer rep. He's making it hard for Enigma, right? Enigma, we have to point out, I mean, I think with that, they've taken the kill lead in the lobby by 1, as Fury has only gotten 2 this game. Enigma now with 3, I believe. I could be mistaken, but regardless, a heavy kill team as they come out in a very large pack. Wooly has the gun for it, but I don't know if he has the time or the HP for it as the flashes ring out. He's looking for Ripper. He does find one, but not quite going to get the knock, and that's going to be Enigma cleaning up Duel nicely. A little bit of BM to the body there. I'm not sure if some drama going on earlier, but Enigma will take nice control of the South as Illusion actually. Some shots coming out. They do get a knock on Hala Senpai. This might become of something, because Hala Senpai's in the dip. Illusion can pull up on that knock freely, and it looks like that's exactly what Top's going to do. They're going to try and get it. Actually, he may be going for a little bit more passive play, trying to get in front of them. Maybe a more understandable decision, as he does try to look for the angle to get the flush on the knock. In that dip, he's looking for Enigma to kind of overextend, but they're not giving it to him. Enigma's playing this smart.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this compound, but it just seems like kind of a magnet at the moment for all these teams. As Top Dog spots out JR, nice little tap on towards him, can't quite finish the job. As now it looks like Illusion, they're going to start making this push, or are they? Icy looks like he wants to take it, but then he realizes they don't quite have the info that they need, so instead deciding to pull up across the road. Let's not forget, Comet's off to the north. They could potentially start doing some damage onto this now. As the circle is going to be closing, some teams are going to be forced in together. Like down on this southwestern side, we do see Fury. They're going to hear King pulling up here from a crash on towards that rock with the bike. They know he's over here, but they don't want to overextend. They don't want to lose a player unnecessarily right now, and they think he's still at that rock. Ronan going to be able to spot him out, and if there's anything I know about Fury, their spray control is on point. His Insight going to be able to take down King now. The rest of a crash going to be pulling in, probably not expecting Flood to be round the back here. Goes for a big spray on towards one, takes it onto the second. Huge spray coming out from Flood right here. There's now only 1 player left up. He's absolutely pinned. Waikikamu going down, but I don't think it's going to matter as the nade comes out. The spray finishes the job, and Flood single-handedly tearing apart a Crash right now.
Let's go, Flood. I mean, such good positioning from those guys, and an amazing spray transfer, and also Waikikamuka being his handyman there. I mean, that was a nice play from both of those guys, making very quick work of Crash. And good thing that they did, because this circle is going to be difficult for them. They can surely find a spot. I'm sure they can, and if they can't, they can kill the people in their way. But Gas Can's actually with an amazing spot. Honey Badger's on top of the rocks here as T8 looks to go in. I mean, they might just send it straight into Minas here. It's not a bad idea. They can play out from foot or on foot from the rest of the game, most likely, as long as they preserve their vehicles for whenever they might have to leave Minas. But actually, it looks like they might be going a little bit further. They're staying on the road. I don't know what they expect to find here in the middle of the circle, but this is a completely blind rotation from T8, so I'm not sure what they're going for.
I gotta say, I love seeing circles like this where they kind of center up over Minas. We don't see him too often. As Detonator, he's been absolutely tagged. He has to try and get the heal, and it looks like T8, they're just gonna pull up over at this shack. Slappers, they want to get an angle on towards this. They are just flexing out. Detonator has been spotted, so Drassel knows roughly where they are. Nemo getting hit from long range, but a huge nade coming out from him over on towards Detonator. Now I'm sure more and more utility gonna start landing over on towards on towards T8, sorry, from Slappers. A Zero going to be able to get the knock on towards Detazor. The vehicle blows up, almost takes Detonator out, but he is still alive for the time being. Smokes are up 48, but look at this utility usage coming out from Slappers right here. They are such a strong squad, and they are showing their confidence as they get more and more aggressive on towards this fight. I'm not sure whether Sophia managed to survive that fight earlier, but it does look like Slappers are only as a 3-man by the looks of things.
Yeah, and Slappers, man, I kind of expected them to push on top of T8 whenever they got that knock, but, I mean, they know all 4 members are in that little hut. They just need to suffocate them, but they might be receiving some pressure from other parts of the map to keep them kind of at bay, but this is going to be a long stalemate if none of them make a move, and we're actually getting... Oh, I mean, I don't even know where the shots are coming from. A little bit of DMR, a little bit of trading back and forth. And this T8 down to 1 member. He's going to try and get the reses on William and Zealot, but Slappers, Drassel's looking for this. He's not trying to let them get a reset here. But once again, Cap still, I mean, I think they were hitting T8 a little bit. The DMRs make it really hard for either team to push up. Hembino trying to summon something with the pen there, doesn't quite get it. Looking for the flashbangs, trying to hold the push off as long as he can, as Drazzle does make it back to Memo, looking for the res now. And it's going to be a full reset. William does get flushed, though. I believe 2 members got flushed in PA, so definitely a benefit for Slappers is that nade. Just a little bit off the mark. Could have been devastating.
That was so close with that nade. But yeah, T8, they're down to 2, man. They're in a rough position. Over on the western side, we do see Fury. They've kind of sent it in towards No Cap's compound. But as the circle shifts up to the northwest, a lot of teams are going to have a lot of trouble right now. I do like the fact that Honey Badger's on top of that cliff, though. He could potentially play this for a little longer, but we've seen similar circles to this in the qualifiers, and they were very rough for a lot of these teams that rotated down to the south. So they are going to have a long way to go, especially with teams like Enigma down on the south, moving on towards Fury and potentially going to hold them out from the back, as Fury, they just sent it into this compound. No Cap are going to have heard this, and they're going to be looking to try and do some damage.
Yeah, definitely. And on the note of Honey, real quick, it's such a rare scenario that Phase 4 still has that plateau in it. It's going to provide him so much oversight. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of action coming out of gas cans in this circle, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Enigma's got to find a way to work through Fury and No Cap, and it looks like they're all opting to go around the southwest side of towards Graveyard, but there's really not even still, there's some ridges for sure, but with a team still on top, and there will still be a team on top, whether it be Fury or Cap, it's not going to be easy for them to play this down here. They're going to have to take the fight to them, I think. But I mean, JR, he is in the field. They're looking for something to play. I mean, having a backup option is great. As a knock does come out from Flamey, and this might open up something here between the Fury and No Cap fight. That might actually be a flush coming into Flamey here pretty soon, and it will be. So it's going to be a solid 2v2 between No Cap and Fury, and then we have the 4-man of Enigma with Beams leading the charge. He does actually spot out Ronan, and does unpeak just at the wrong time. Nice shots coming out from Beams. Beams is so crisp sometimes, man. I've seen this guy do some really mechanically insane stuff. So being on the other receiving end of a gun from him, and it's not a fun thing to do. We'll see if they can get more involved here. As Hala Senpai looking for a long wrap. They're trying to suffocate these guys.
Living up to the name for Beams, I guess. Very impressive as this fight kind of gets a stalemate. We did see T8, they lost yet another member, so Slappers making a push onto that and comments with the third party. Honey Badger with a nice little knock on towards Top Dog here from Illusion out of the vehicle. They should be able to confirm that, as it looks like Enigma, they're backing off this fight. They just want to move into zone. But let's hop on towards Minas if that's possible, because, I mean, there is a huge fight potentially about to kick off here between Comets and Slappers.
Well, and this has still been Slappers continuing to be persistently staying in this one building. Destinator, the solo now of T8. I'm not sure what all's been happening with them, but he's prone, hit the deck, no helmet, healing. So, I mean, it's not looking good for T8 as that high ground from Honey Badger is going to pose even more of an issue when they do finally finish this fight. But Comet's a solid 4-man now. Some shots ringing out from Hyman. Doesn't quite get the knock, but Drassel's in the blue, and it's hurting. So he has to get in. Hyman's still keeping this eye in the sky. Oh, he doesn't. I don't know if he sees Memo. I don't believe he does. Memo's going to be looking for an opening here as Slappers has to make something happen. They have to get underneath Comments, make this a close range fight, something to get involved as the circle is now encroaching, and it's this one hurts, right? Phase 5, it starts to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Slappers, well, we saw they didn't get a chance to loot up much. They put through a lot of utility, as now they're quickly eliminated in 13th place. They picked up some big kills, but Comets, I think they realized that Destinator could be down this hill somewhere, and as he does crest up this ridge, they might be able to get eyes onto it. There's Freemy going to be going down as well, and let's not forget Gas Cans here. They have just pretty much wiped Dodge so far. Destinator, he's got the bolt. Please make it happen, man. I'd love to see it. Oh, it doesn't quite land. He does land the body, but he's not going to be able to get the knock because Lamp going down as well for Dodge. That leaves Finna the last one up. Destinator, he has to try and work his way up this ridge, but Honey Badger, he's still up on that cliff, and he could get eyes onto this in a second. There's a really well-placed nade coming out from Monty now. I'm going to take Destinator down to 20 HP, and Comets are just ready to fight this big 3x spray, but it's not enough as he actually finishes the job. I wonder whether Honey Badger's going to try and third-party onto this, as actually it looks like he's going to try and be moving his way down the hill instead. Takes a little bit of damage from JR off to the north, as Enigma have been able to get the center of the circle. Grant Lantis goes down to Young Kings. Rochi going down as well, so Rizola the last one up from Noor. But I mean, looking at this circle is going to be rough for so many of these teams right now.
It really is. So, Gascan, I mean, Honey does finally open up on Comets. Gascans, they have some ridges to play into from the east to the west, but it's going to be kind of hard for them to get down and get too much space if the other teams really make it a priority to keep them from getting it. So you got 2 members on the north, 2 members on the south. They're looking for the openings, and they want to play in with the circle, eliminating as much space as possible for other teams to play, so they keep it very linear. Honey Badger keeping his eyes in the sky for as long as possible. So nice shots ring out, but he's taken down to 12 HP. That's really close. I mean, they can't suffer a knock at this point. Still having to come down for this mountain. They have to kind of pace themselves.
Yep, real quick, we'll hop onto Gas Cans and see how this fight is unfolding.
One guy run the open.
I see one running.
Yeah, we made it
I
right.
know that kid, I know that kid.
Knocked, you're not in.
Yeah, heard. He's stuck in a rock and orange.
Behind the compound.
Yeah, you
You
guys
have to
might
make
be
the
able to
same run, Nico.
Guy on orange is out of zone, heard? He's smoking
Okay,
up
Nico,
right
let's
now.
focus on getting down right now, and then we can farm these two later, okay? Focus on getting down right now with me.
We're in on me.
I got him right up. We got him right up.
Fury
We can
2,
take.
Fury 2.
Okay, nice. You drive, I'm gonna run. Pull up on these kills. These guys have to
Where
run
were
in
the
a
guys you
circle.
were shooting on this?
Orange. Only one guy known. That might be the last of those.
Okay.
Or like, they're like 2 max, right?
Nico, play with me still. Careful, they could be close.
Unknown. Yeah, they're 2 max.
Oh.
They're 2 max.
Nah, they're looking at me on the. I don't think we do this anymore. This is fucked. They already
I got
made it
headshot.
up. He's on yellow. Are you good?
Yes, I'm good.
Are you
If
guys
someone
trying to-
sees from the north, I'm
Are
good.
they on yellow? Are they on
Yes,
yellow?
they're on yellow, yes.
Okay.
Can one of you come to green and look over me? Yellow, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna
The
do
top
that.
hill?
Oh, 2 guys in the open on orange.
Five
One's
seconds.
pushing us, Nico. Pushing us close left,
3.
on blue.
Yeah, I can't do anything about
There's
it.
2 on the back ridge, one pushing us close left. Nice no, Cole.
I gotta
Fighting
fin.
orange.
They're 2 up now, like 2
I
at
need you guys
least.
to watch over me. I'm running the open to you.
We have to kill this team on blue line. That's our play. We can hold north and kill the team on blue line.
Shoot that guy, please shoot that guy. He's standing in the open.
Headshot.
Alright, unlucky.
One is close left, Nico.
Can I drive it?
I need you guys to shoot at these guys.
Come back,
I need
Nico.
to run
Come
in the
back,
open.
come back. Yeah, come back. I think you run back,
I
Nico.
can
Move
smoke
ahead.
with
Wait.
Yeah, okay.
What's our next
I'm
play,
ready
though? We
for
have
it.
to go this thing.
Yeah, I think I want
I
to
have
push
to
under
unpeak,
them.
I have to
I want
unpeak,
to
I
push
have to
under
unpeak.
them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's focus on this then. Let's focus on this. All as a team. There's gonna be
Yeah.
one on blue line. Don't forget that. There's gonna be one close left of you, okay?
Heard.
Reg.
I'm gonna
You
try
can
to
play
W
pretty
keep
high
orange
up.
and peek Apex. I'm gonna try and W keep orange and peek Apex.
Yeah, I'm
Do we
double
have any
keeping
calls?
like
We can
There's
literally
guys
just
to
drive
shot,
up the
guys.
yellow.
Guys
Get
to
the
shot
shot on
from
me.
north on green.
Yeah.
Was that the grass tree?
Donating you, Nico.
I'm sure.
Too hard peeking. I'm tagged. I'm boosting.
Get ready to look over, guys. Me and Nico are gonna push over and kill them.
Yes.
We get to
yes,
get green,
yes.
by the way.
I headshot one.
Badger, there's a guy in our shack on our north.
And then we get died on
Wait,
green.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
go.
that's fine. We need to
Are you
work on that
ready?
play.
Are you
We need to
ready?
work on that play. Get in these
Yeah,
cars.
yeah.
Get in these cars.
You
Come
guys
on,
need to
we have
watch
to
over
work
us.
on this
They're
play.
gonna nade us.
Yep. Me and Badger are not holding. We're moving now.
We need to
Go
just
back,
drive
go
up to
back,
them.
Go back. Wait, go
They're
back.
nading us, Kale.
Yeah, I'll hold. I'll hold. Just run.
Yeah, we gotta hold out north. We're in here. We gotta hold out north.
Heard.
We need to step
Hey,
up.
we're at that shack. Like,
Don't forget about the shack, kid.
335.
Can two of us?
Shack team died. Shack team died.
Okay, can two of us focus this close team? Two of you need to focus this close team. Old Nico, focus close team. Adam, me, we'll look north.
Roger, I'm looking north.
Yeah, we're looking north too.
Can we pop out their tires?
Careful.
Alright,
Stay
check,
up left flex. Stay up left flex. Just stay live. Tell me what you need.
I'm gonna resmoke.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'm
resmoke
good.
above us.
Nice, 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 nice. I'm peeking it now.
This is comments above us, I think. Not seeing any.
I'm quick peeking with a kid, then slow.
Two on the left. Two on the left.
North Jack is moving in the US. North Jack is moving. Driving down the open right now. Driving down the open 3 kills. I headshot him.
I'm running back advantage. I'm running back advantage.
This kid pulled up below us on blue.
They're
Check
nading,
peeking
careful.
right
Watch
straight.
me.
There's a solo one shot below us on blue.
They're mollying.
One's gonna
Are they
try and
giving us
grab
any
left
weakness?
comments.
Are they giving us any weakness?
No, they're not. They're not.
Okay, then we need to wait till circle closes, and the circle will give us,
Yeah, we
give
need
us
to
like a
just
strength.
chill.
Can I have
Okay,
a first aid
just
for
reset.
I got none.
Listen, they have
got
2
thing?
on the right on green and 2 on our
Done.
left holding east.
Okay.
You know what I love about gas cans? It's just how strong of an IGL Honey Badger is, because it feels like they're always identifying weaknesses. One of the key things I like there is the fact that at the very end, Badger was like, look, we need to identify a weakness. Have they got a weakness? Okay, no, let's play it slow. D, how did you find kind of playing with gas cans, you know, with an IGL like that?
It's interesting because he is such an assertive IGL in such a good way, but also we see their playstyle oftentimes putting them so separated from each other, so they really all have to be their own IGL at certain times in the game, and that's why you'll hear such good input from all the teams. You have Adam calling out very important information, Oldless keeping tabs on where the people are south, Nikos making sure that he gets the support that he needs. Oftentimes a teammate might just make that run without calling for the support, he gets knocked in flush, and all of a sudden it's a 3-man situation. So really good input from all of the people, and I know they preach that. They have to all be their own IGLs at certain times, but you'll see that play out in these fights when they can really make solo plays. But it is all on the backbone of Honey Badger and his macro plays and what he wants to do. It's just surrounded by such a good core group of dudes, and you really have to have a good idea all for individually to make a playstyle like this work.
Yeah.
So the push has to come out here.
Yeah, it feels like gas cans, they know they have to make this push. You saw them kind of holding off when they realized there weren't any weaknesses, but out comes the opening knock. Hickerman's been knocked now, so gas can's going to start getting aggressive. Big Nate coming out from Honey Badger, but him and holding that side angle does get caught out by
Nice
Oldless
shots.
with the headshot. 2 players left up here from Comets as the return fire comes out. Takes down Adam. Oldless doesn't know where they are as he gets absolutely tagged up. He's out of ammo, but Honey Badger, he finishes the job, and an amazing play coming out from gas cans here, and it just shows how this play style, it really is all or nothing, as now they pick up their 14th kill of the game, I believe. And I mean, beautiful push coming out there, really well calculated. They didn't make that push until they knew their north side was clear, but now Nightly, they're going to try causing problems here as Mauns getting super aggressive. Now, what I want to say is both of these teams, we kind of call it the Korean play style almost. It's kind of the Korean way of playing, where teams kind of, they kind of split out. They're not afraid to get aggressive. And these are two teams that both, like, this is their fundamental play style. So I want to see how this ends up unfolding for these two teams and see how they kind of differ against each other, because we see them both playing in Korean scrims pretty much daily.
Yeah, and they do a good job, and I like the play from Nightly to send Maroons underneath the ridge. They did expect that. You saw Gascan's looking for it, but still, he is going to remain there. Another headshot comes out to Kite. I mean, the suppressive fire is just being put down by Nikos and, excuse me, Oldless on the south there. Two incredibly mechanically talented guys. So looking for another shot. I mean, Oldless is hitting those pixel peak headshots as we saw in that previous fight, and there it is again. Really nice shots. As Maroons tries to open up, and Oldest puts it down. So that's 1 up now. They know that's 1 up. It's going to be a convergence on the solo. They have an idea. I think Honey is getting an idea of where sneak attack is. It will just be a little reset, get the res, and then push us for secure this win. That should be that way. They know the zone has to push him out here. There should be absolutely no counterplay for sneak attack. And going back to that fight, just really well played. We were watching the POV of Oldest. You saw how minor his movements were forward, pushing with his team, not sending it in full W keying, and just it netted in a full 4-man for this end zone, and it just puts him in such an advantage. So really nice job playing patiently, obviously communicating well, as we heard before, and just putting Comets down. And Comets had the advantage there. I think we need to make note of that. Comets had the advantage. So puts him in the position now where Sneak Attack looks for something here. He is in a hole. Gas Cans, I don't think they're going to give him any impatient potential play. The only opportunity for them would be if they made a mistake, and they're just putting the fire on. I don't know if Sneak Attack really has much of a play here, but he's trying his best, and I respect it. The smoke's coming out, looking for something here. Anything can happen as he catches a volley right in his back pocket. That's going to be all. Gas Cans with, I believe, 27? No, yeah, 15, 25-point win, 1 point above their previous.
That is absolutely huge there for Gas Cans, and I think it really shows that all or nothing playstyle. It feels like, you know, Gas Cans, they don't really pick up many, like, 5-point games. It feels like it is 15 kills or none. And, I mean, that's absolutely huge from them. Credit to Comets as well, working really well as a team, getting 8 assists overall. But, I mean, super well played. We have, do we have Honey Badger here again? No, we don't. But I mean, very, very impressive plays coming out from Gas Cans there. As we're actually going to bring in Adam this time. Going to switch things up a little bit with who we're interviewing. Because, I mean, if Gas Cans keep this momentum up, we're going to be speaking to these guys a lot. We're going to get to know them very well soon.
Adam, what's up, man? How do you feel?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm good. Feeling all right.
Man. Yeah, you guys are feeling good, it seems, for sure. I mean, 25 and a 24-point game. Followed up with 2 0-points, so you're definitely evening it out decently. But I mean, it's still, imagine having 2 0-point games and your average is still like 12 a game. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the 0-point games, you don't want to see those, but
sure,
you know, just a few small errors just kind of costing us games. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, for sure. But you guys, I mean, playing the edge style really well in both of the wins, and just really feeling really cohesive on those team fights, it seems. And we got to step in a bit and listen to your communications. You were giving some good input along with the other 4 members. Obviously, we have an IGL role of Honey, but all of you guys really play a role. And how important do you think that is to be so independent as a player on a team that plays so split or such a like extreme edge style, I guess?
I think that's like just the most important, like for any good team. Like you need everyone on the team to be able to call individually based on the information that they have. So at any point in time, you know, that's what we're working towards with our team, is to have everyone be able to make the call.
Right. Yeah. Right on.
And when we're doing that, that's when we're playing our best.
Yep.
Yeah, and I do kind of want to focus on that communications aspect, because it feels like we've listened in on a couple teams so far this evening, and out of all of the teams, I just heard constant flow of information with you guys. How did you guys kind of develop that style of being able to, you know, in those high pressure situations, communicate so well? I heard you guys mention, hey, look, there's no, I think it was Honey Badger that said, is there a weakness in Comets? Someone replied, no. So you held your ground, you cleared out that northern side, then you made the push. How do teams manage to develop such synergy in that situation?
Well, that's just been a big like working point for us like the past month and a bit. We've had a lot of help from our coaches as well, like Will and Uller, like they've been helping us a lot. And yeah, that's communication just in general, like has been our biggest like working point. And I feel like we're starting to get there, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Like in PUBG, communication is the biggest thing that just makes a difference in a team. So yeah.
You're absolutely right. And you can see you guys put emphasis on certain things that are of importance while also kind of maintaining that calm, reserved control. Not overly calm, not overly aggressive, just understanding when to apply emphasis on what you're saying and when to kind of drop back a little bit and just provide information. So it definitely seems like you guys are nailing it right on the head. And so your work's paying off for sure, man. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us. But, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're going to take a very short break while we wait for the leaderboards to update. We will be back in just a couple minutes with our next Miramar game, and I believe our final game of the evening.
Yep.
Am I correct there? Yeah, 5 games this evening. So don't miss it. We'll see if Gas Cans can keep that momentum going, or if maybe another team is going to be able to come out of nowhere and maybe take over that first place. I'm looking at you, Fury.
Let's go.
she found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be
Ladies and gentlemen, what a huge game coming out from Guadalajara Gas Cans, picking up chicken dinner of the evening with some huge kills as well. I mean, so impressive from them. And we kind of talk about how they've been having kind of all or nothing games, you know? It feels like they picked up a huge win in game 2, huge win in game 4, but I don't think any points in game 1 or game 3. I might be wrong there.
I think you're
don't
correct.
hold me to it.
I think you're correct, and that is kind of like the main focus point. As Adam was saying, like, oh yeah, we're trying to eliminate the 0-point games. Obviously, you know, clearly, but they do understand. I know those guys understand how detrimental those can be in real long format tournaments and even short format tournaments. In these short formats, you're able to blow up with 24, 25-point games and put yourself in a good position, but you really do have to eliminate those 0-point games to have that longevity as a team. You need those consistent games because not every game is going to be a 15-kill win, right? You need the points where you can get it along the way, and we'll see them do that, I'm sure. As we did say that they're the team to watch on Miramar, and they came out swinging, so I'm curious to see how they play this next game. Hopefully not continuing with the pattern of 0-point.
Well, you know what? We can keep our fingers crossed because I feel like Gas Cans are one of those super exciting teams to watch. Now, just a reminder, we haven't got a scoreboard update. The PUBG API is being a little bit slow today, but we will get you those potentially at the beginning of this game for anyone who's wondering. We might not be able to get it like in between the games like we typically would, but as soon as they're updated, provided there's no like insane fights going on, we'll try our best to bring you a leaderboard update. But obviously, you know, in a game like PUBG, there's always the possibility a fight could kick off. As with 40 seconds away from the start of the game, D-Rich, give me a quick rundown what you think we should expect here going off of game 1. Any teams that stood out to you? Obviously, Gas Cans. Any teams that maybe their Miramar performance could potentially step it up or have maybe kind of surprised you here?
Right, so we do have the plane. You can't see it yet, but it's starting over Impala. That puts Duel out of the plane early. I'd like to see them have a better game than they did last game, as we saw that early kind of skirmish between them and Slappers, then a third party from Comets. I'd like to see Duel do a better job. Gas Cans, I think, will continue to be a force to be reckoned with on these type of zones. They're good at playing Miramar. They have shown that they're good at playing Miramar, and they're the only team tonight, I think, to have 2 dubs, especially as high kill as they have been. So they're definitely a team to watch out for. If you're looking for the action, if you're looking for the wins, I think they're going to continue to give those in due time. So with this plane, though, I mean, I've always actually, I think Illusion is another one to watch as well. I'm going to just go ahead and throw that out there. I think they'll do well here on Miramar. I think they're a good Miramar team. And they also can play that edge style pretty well, as we saw from that, I believe, what was it, second game? I don't remember, but the game that they did win on military base, they played really well, and I would like to see them continue to do that. We also have Enigma, last one, who has been killing everybody. So I'm excited for them to continue to, because Miramar it's a kill heavy map. You can get a lot of kills in this map. So I'm excited to see a team like Enigma really continue to shine.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, before any hot drops come out, let's take a quick look at the scores. We'll have to close them if any fights happen up. But real quick, let's see Guadalajara Gas Cans after 2 huge games. 49 total points. So you were right, D-Rich. They didn't pick up any kills in game 1 or game 3.
Yeah, and it's wild because you just think about where they could be if they just even had 6 points in those games, even just 4, right? That puts them up there, whereas Fury is pretty close. Fury wouldn't be that close, right? So it just shows the importance of consistency in PUBG, and everybody knows that.
Oh, we do see a bit of a hot drop actually about to kick off over in Picado. I saw over in the group stage chat that Fury said, all right, we're taking Picado now because it was free, but it looks like now Young Kings, they want to fully contest onto this, so we could end up seeing a bit of an early game fight come out here. We do see Higuain, he's going to be taking some of those SKS shots from range, but nothing really landing perfectly. So, I mean, Young Kings, they will have the chance to loot over towards Box and Arena, but is this really ideal now, having 2 teams in Picado, especially 2 very strong teams like Young Kings and Fury?
Right. I mean, clearly it's not what you want as a team. Hot dropping is never the best start to a game. It's a great start to a game if you can walk away with 4 kills, right? You start the game off hot, but oftentimes it's easier said than done. And so we do see the circle pop off to the east as well. So they're not going to have the circle to work with. They're not going to have any more time than the first circle allows them. So stalemating is really not of their interest as well. It never is, but especially not when the circle is outside of your reach. So, I mean, early game hot drops, it depends how aggressive you are. You could get a quick 4 points, but neither of these teams are really trying to get that quick 4 points. They're more looking for maybe a mistake from the other, looking for an angle that maybe they don't expect, as we see Flood maybe playing for Higuain on the west side here. I don't know if maybe Flood expects it. I'm not sure if Higuain has heard him yet, but Flood could definitely play a spoiler spot in this behind this bookshelf in the entrance. So we'll see if Higuain falls for it.
Yep, Higuain, he will get spotted, but Flood, see, this is one of those things with this Americas tournament. Ping does start to come into effect, so even though Flood hit the shots, it just wasn't enough. SA versus OCE, this is going to be a pretty rough fight for most of these teams. A lot of the shots lightly not going to hit, but I mean, Flood here, he is going to start getting aggressive. Shots will be coming out from the rest of Young Kings to try and keep his head down, but this is what I love from Fury right now. They're working as a squad. The nade does land close, but the couch kind of saving Higuain's day, as now Fury, they throw more and more utility in. He will get caught a little low, and it looks like Flood wants to get aggressive, but Andy, he's going to be coming in from the northern side. In the Murado, spray coming out inside, takes down one, takes down a second. Huge play coming out from Fury right now as they nearly eliminate Young Kings in just a matter of seconds. Higuain goes down as well. KF9SK is going to be the final player left up for them off to the north, and oh my gosh, what a send coming out from Young Kings there.
I mean, I really do respect it, but wow, I never expected that to be the play. I mean, narrowly missing the 2 members of Fury, it was almost a great play. I got to give it to him, but it doesn't work out for YK. That's unfortunate. I don't know if KF9 is going to look to spoil them. He's just kind of chilling at this point. He's knowing he can't make this run probably without being spotted, but man, narrowly missing. And that's a situation where Fury, you're feeling good, right? You have plenty of time to continue looting up and get into the zone. So quick 3 points in this situation for them. But that's a situation where a hot drop's not such a bad thing.
I gotta say, I kind of wish we had team comms right there so we could hear Fury's reaction when they just absolutely sent it in.
Well, and the OCE guys too, so it'd just be hilarious.
Oh, it would have been hilarious, I'm sure. But I mean, huge play coming out from Fury there. Young Kings, they just made a bit of a miscalculation. But let's take a look over at the map for a minute, because we've been so focused on Picardo, we haven't really seen the zone too much, as it will pop over to the east. And I mean, Gas Cans in a very good position here. Let's see if they can make the same thing that happened last game happen this game, because that would be absolutely huge for them.
Well, it's a similar area that they're in, and the circle does have a high tendency to end in very similar locations, and they definitely are aware of all of those locations. So we'll see if they can make the most of it. We do have Crush moving in from, I believe, Monte area. Gonna maybe opt to go up north of Leonis. Leonis still actually packed full of teams right now. Enigma and Comets both kind of making that road a little dangerous to go through. So good initiative to be taking the north road here. Crash maybe done some VOD review on that, or expects it at least. So they'll work their way into the southwest part of the zone nice and safely. As we see teams start to take these priority compounds little by little. You have Cap, Valor, Gas in the north. You got Slappers, Duel, Comets in the southwest. And that's really all we have in the zone right now, as teams definitely have to start working their way in. We have T8, Crush just now entering, Fury, YK, Dodge. I mean, all of these teams still have to make their way into the zone. And yes, it is just starting to move, but these particular zones, people have favorite spots they get to, and they don't leave too much open, especially in the zone 2 and 3.
Yeah, one thing I have noticed, you did mention Fury as one of those teams that were rotating kind of late. It feels like I see them do this all the time. No matter what event they're in, they kind of go for those late rotates. They don't want to be that first team into zone, but somehow they always manage to get themselves like in a really strong position in the center of the zone, even often being the last team to rotate. I've seen it a lot on OC scrims, but now I think the concern is, all right, the caliber of play. These are some of the best teams from all the different regions. Now that Fury don't have that kind of, you know, every team is aware of them and nervous of them, which I think is definitely a case in OS, because they are the best team in OS. I think that's fair to say, like on a consistent level. Teams are scared of Fury. So Fury are able to just make a push super confidently. And it feels like now that they're playing in the NA/SA region, they don't really have that clout almost to carry over. It's going to be interesting to see whether they get punished for making these pushes, or whether it is really just them being that good that they can take on any team, fight out of it, and, you know, just clear themselves out of position in zone.
And that's a good point too, because it really does vary per region. Teams don't take each other the same way that they do. It's just not being familiar with teams too makes it difficult. So it will be interesting to see how they continue to play it. As yeah, I mean, we're still hanging out over here. YK, he's not worried about it. He might be grabbing a drink, I'm not sure. But when he does come back, he won't have very long to react to the circle. I mean, I don't know if he has a vehicle that he knows of, but walking this circle on foot, it's not going to be easy. So he needs to figure out what he's doing soon. As we see a Crash actually come out on Duel, which is the team that we look to do better this time. They do, I think they have a knock up on top. Sharp's knocked in the building as Crash starts to move in. And this is just a solo now. Cherry does join Wooly, but Wooly gets taken down, and Cherry gets, I mean, almost one shot from his vehicle. So we just have a 2-man of Duel. They have to fight the 3-man of Crash, still residing in the God building that they took from Duel. And I was wanting Duel to have a better game this game.
This is not great right now if you're Duel. Sharpshot managed to take down one, but he quickly got traded out. Cherry almost going down to that vehicle. He was able to pop himself a first aid, but as the nade comes out, this could end up being big over on towards King, but it doesn't quite finish the job. Akresh are able to get the res over on towards Zera now, as more and more nades starting to land through from Cherry. They're going to be the one to get the knock on towards King, and now Akresh, it looks like they want to get aggressive. The orb comes out, takes down King. He knows there's another one. Cation peeks out. It's not going to be enough. There's now Duel getting eliminated out in 16th position. We said we wanted them to have a good game, but unfortunately, just not going to be the case. And Akresh should be able to get the heals off here.
And I thought it was going to be, too. The circle popped right over their loot spot. I thought it was going to be a great game for them. But Crash, I mean, taking the action to him phase 1. Identifying that, hey, there's probably a split right here, and I really like that aggression. They know probably from just tendencies of Duel or any team early that early in phase 1, it's probably a split, especially in these zones, which are very easy to split and keep eyes very surrounded. So the fact that Duel let them hit their compound and then let them take it from them, nice play to Crush, but I mean, Duel has to either figure out whether they're going to leave on those situations or reconsolidate. That's a little bit too much delay there on their end, in my opinion.
Yep, we do see T8 rotating through, but speaking of rotations, up on the northern side, I gotta say, things are looking kind of messy around the junkyard areas. We do see Noorg, Systematicos, and Nightly all kind of crashing in towards each other. Not really anything to worry about just yet, but I mean, we've seen this circle so many times, and it often goes down to the south. I do wonder whether this could potentially cause issues when that zone shifts, if it does go down, and what Impala circle.
Well, maybe. I mean, hopefully it goes east again. I mean,
hopefully, but I mean, in all reality, I think whatever team is able to kind of get these Impala hills right now is going to be set up to potentially take the game.
I mean, those hills above Impala, at least the backside of them, they really are pretty easy to play off of, down into the city or down to the east. So there's such a high. I mean, they're really literally high in the sky. You can see everything. You get a ton of kills. I think I remember a specific game where Rello had almost like. It was an obscene amount of kills, and it was on top of those Impala rocks. He had double digits easily, just himself. So it'll maybe be a race for those priority positions, like you stated.
Yep, we do see Slappers. They're going to be going for the drive-bys on towards No Cap as Plume getting caught out right now. Flamey tried his best to disengage, but instead decided to pull up and potentially go for the vehicle spray. Mimo spots him out. He's a little bit too far away to make anything happen, though. But this is going to make Flamey nervous as now Hambino has been able to get the flush on towards Plume. More seat swaps coming out from Ham over on towards the members of Noorg. But now they're getting lit up from these other No Cap players down to the south. Sophia is low HP. Just one shot will do it. Oh no, he nearly runs over his teammate. Takes down Mimo. Lois is actually going to be at it that picks up the kill there. Sophia needs to try and get the heal real quick. Otherwise, he is going to be in a very rough position as No Cap starting to get more and more aggressive. But instead deciding, you know what, we'll hold the south of Impala for the time being because as more teams crash in, this is going to give them amazing opportunities to pick up some more kill points here.
Yeah, we do see Enigma trying to get up on top of those rocks, accompanied by Honey Badger. Honey doesn't have the support of the rest of his team like Enigma does. And Halo Senpai and JR, they're already up there. They're getting onto the rocks as we speak. So that high ground is going to potentially be lost out from Honey, at least the initial taking of it. They could always take it from Enigma if Enigma lets them do so. But we might see a little scuffle from them as they both know. I mean, surely. Think about it. They're the two teams with some of the most kills in the lobby. They're both thinking, how do I get more? And this is definitely a way that they can do that. So Fury actually opening up on Dodge down in the southwest as Dodge coming through the Los Leones area. I mean, Fury's kind of just spread out here. They don't really have a specific choke point. Maybe Dodge just got caught out in the vehicle. And Insight's down below Lamp. And Lamp, I think, is getting a little bit of suppression from the DMRs as Insight decides to take this 1v1. I really like the aggression from these guys so far. Nice nade, though.
Big nade coming out there from Lampalot over on towards Insight. He can't quite finish it, but I mean, this is what I said about Fury. You know, teams aren't as afraid of them as they would be in another lobby. Right. So I wonder whether they're going to be able to get away with these splits so much, or whether teams are going to identify, look, I got a knock on Fury. That means it's split. Let's go and flush it. Big nade coming out over on towards Insight as he will be getting knocked, and now Fury have to try and make a bit of a reposition. Lampalot just doing as many jump scouts as possible, trying to get info on towards them. Later flanking round the right-hand side to try and get an angle. Is Cow going to throw down a smoke for the res? Ronan getting a little bit aggressive as well, but Flood just really providing that DMR support as shots will be ringing in from a crash up to the north. Fury and Dodge now in a bit of a stalemate as more nades starting to land down, more and more utility. Dodge sending players around in the vehicle, and it looks like potentially they just want to commit onto this fight up against Fury.
Well, that's a good idea. That's such a risky res. Dodge, instead of taking the opportunity to take the fight right to the res, they're getting in front of them. And nice shots from Flood, actually. Take him off the bike. Danny at half HP as well. He does make it to the compound, but loses a player for it. So I would have liked to see that a little bit more decisiveness to get in front of these guys earlier. But Flood's been able to reset and kind of equalize this. Flood is such an amazing player, too. He's looking for the second as Leda kind of continues to go further. Danny G still at the compound, but Leda's not really in a position to help, and they should hear him coming back for this. But Dodge kind of seems to be spread out a little bit disorganized here. And
a Crash
Fury.
starting to move in as well. Now as King getting a big spray over on towards Danny G. He can't quite finish the job, but as the nade trade starts to come out, he nearly takes down King, but it's not going to be enough for the time being as Danny just kind of pinned down. We do see that Leda is a little bit far away and can't really get involved in this fight for the time being. It looks like Fury, they're kind of identifying this isn't the fight they want to be in. They have players up on the ridge. They're going to be able to get Cow out of this fight for the time being, and it looks like they're going to try and get a little bit deeper into the zone right now as Fury just, I think the focus is going to be on this next shift to try and hold out these teams.
Well, they're looking for another one. Rip him out of the car, but I mean, those are some hard shots to hit. But Fury does a great job keeping 4 up. They have 4 kills to their name. Danny actually going to get knocked from Crash and finish. So, I mean, that's going to be Leda going along on his lonesome to the east. And Fury remains 4 up, so nice job from them to really pick themselves back up as Flood is getting a lot of damage from the upper story. There's not a lot
taking a lot of damage, but it doesn't finish the job as he will be able to get down low. But up on the northern side, we do see Systematicos. They're doing everything they can to try and hold out Illusion. And Ditazor here with that MK14. That is so big. Ribeiro up on the hill. This could potentially do so much damage here on towards Illusion. I mean, the circle's closing in. Just look how many teams there are over in Impala right now.
Oh, man, and here's NoOrg. I want to see them do better today. They're starting to push onto Valor. Some good nade damage comes out there as well. So, I'm excited to see what they can do here at this push. Rizzola's going for it, actually. He's sending it across, and I don't know if he knows about Zero down to his right. You might hear him out, but no, he doesn't. Zero gets an opening knock. He's going to get the flush on that as well. Roji looking for some opening here. Some opening to combat the Zero's flank. But, I mean, such good positioning from Zero there to expect the push across.
Yeah, and NoOrg now in a bit of a rough position with Valor over on that west, and it actually looks like Oldless potentially starting to flex over from that east. Gas Cans playing the entire eastern side right now, kind of playing the coast. This could be a very rough for them. We do see Flood, he gets knocked, but the trade coming out from Rodden takes down a second now, so Fury absolutely popping off, getting down a third. Only one player left up from a Crash, but not for long as Fury with 7 kills, and they are just absolutely fragging out here, kind of proving to us, look, it's not just the fact that they've got the name of Fury. They are insane, and they are not afraid to assert dominance on this lobby.
I love to see it. 7 kills before phase 4 pop, and we will see it pop here going to the northeast, or northwest, excuse me, actually down to the southwest a little bit. So now we have STS on the other side of Gas Cans on the other side of Enigma, and Enigma with not a whole lot to play other than the ridges and everyone in Impala that has to come out. So this is going to be quite the bloodbath if the rotation timings kind of clash. If we see teams like Enigma go earlier, it might create for a little bit easier passing, but STS starts their way through Gas Cans. Some nice shots come out from Adam as he gets the knock, and at this point in time, the rest of STS is like, oh, you know, we don't really have anywhere to go through here. They're trying to scramble and figure something out, but Casagrande stuck behind his car here at a shack. There's not a whole lot they can do in this position with such low ground, no really good cover, and Gaskin's just spread out as far as they can be. Any other rotation path not really proving to be much better either.
Look at that, the hollow sight SLR spam. You love to see it, but Young King's going to be going down now. NoOrg looking like they're going to follow a similar position as Nico's with a really nice shot on towards the tire. One more bullet will finish off Casagrande, and down he goes. As I mean, Gas Cans, they have just held out Systematicos so well right now, and Zero all the way up to the north, not really going to be able to make much happen. But let's not forget that Enigma is still, and they could cause huge issues for Gas Cans here if they're able to hold them out.
They're hearing all of this and just waiting. They're licking their lips right now, waiting for Gas Cans to come into them. They surely have a nice setup, but I mean, they have to keep in mind Gas Cans is going to be expecting that as well.
Yeah, Gas Cans getting themselves a drop as well, so that could be huge for them, as it looks like Oldler's going to try and pick that one up. We do see inside the zone, though, Illusion, they're going to be playing this little ridge right next to Comet's compound. This could make things a little bit rough here, as they're just playing a very, very small dip. Over on the eastern side, we do see Gas Cans. They're starting to make their rotate. Top Dog going for some big shots over towards Fury. Is now Gas Cans just going to absolutely send it in towards Enigma right now. Big sprays coming out. Ultra's getting knocked down. Honey Badger returns the trade on towards Beans, but Ripper's still standing. He's opening up, but he actually decides to go for the flush over on towards Oldless as the nade comes out from Ripper. This could be huge here, but it doesn't quite connect as Gas Cans, they've got the low ground. This is so rough to push onto this, especially when when Enigma have JR and Hello Senpai all the way at the top of the cliff, they're not realistically going to be able to make a push on towards Ripper anytime soon. They just kind of have to connect with a nade or a big headshot to make something happen right now.
Yeah, and we need the rest of Enigma to get involved in this. They let their 2 members fall without any really support other than like a 500-meter or 400-meter DMR. That's just not going to be enough when gas cans can pull up and reset like that. Honey with a nice opening knock. Hello Senpai's going to try and get in front of them at in the warehouses, but I mean, really they should have grouped up earlier, as we see No War go out, I believe, in 12th place or 13th, and Valor followed with 12th place. So both of those teams, I wanted to see them do better, but they will be going out early.
Yep, we do see No Cap as well. Illusion going to be getting tagged up a little, getting hit from all sorts of different angles. As Systematico's now going to be going down to Slappers only. As it feels like Slappers, they've had kind of a slow game. We haven't really spoken about them too much. They sent it into Impala, just kind of took the team's heads down a little, you know, playing it smart. And I think a lot of teams very surprised that this didn't end up shifting to Impala, like we've seen a lot in the past, you know. And we do see now Slappers only, they're taking a lot of big shots over towards No Cap. So 3 kills already. Let's see if they can add to it. It's Drassel with that SKS. I mean, if he had a bolt right there, I think he would have killed him.
I think he definitely would have killed him. No Cap figuring out that, hey, we can't really play on the west there. They wanted to push that compound, maybe get some kills on Illusion, but they're going to be forced back into their hole, at least for the time being, as Drassel has that eye in the sky in that building. He will get pushed out eventually, but this zone is going to make things packed. It won't change too much, as all of the teams should be able to relatively survive, but this is going to make things very packed, as Comets does come out of their compound now. Nightly does have the zone that they would go to, but they have 2 members in the middle of the zone. I didn't even see this. Monty and Hyman, they both did. I mean, this is amazing scouting. I'm not sure when they got here, but having this position on such a south shift when, like you said, probably people were banking for the west, northwest, it's really, really huge. Allison trying to make a stand, doesn't quite get it though, as Nikos gets the nice trade at actually 1 HP. Oh my gosh, I'm not sure whose nade that was. I think it was Gas Cans. Regardless, Honey was nearby, but the reset has to come out as Fury, the team that we're talking about. They're going on a roll. I mean, they're looking over on Gas Cans now, and Gas Cans is kind of in a hole.
Yeah, Fury starting with the third party. Big nades, big shots coming out. The smokes, the only real cover here for Gas Cans is JR, that final player from Enigma, all the way off to the north. He's kind of going to be able to do his own thing for the time being. But I mean, Fury, I respect it. They're throwing down just so much utility in towards those smokes right now. They're on 9 kills already, and they definitely want to add to it. Later could potentially pop up and do some damage, but as Honey Badger gets knocked, I think Gas Cans realizing that this game might just be over for them right now.
It's tough. I mean, those DMR spams, there are 4 dudes just consistently DMR spamming, and it looks like they're going to take this opportunity to get in front of them as well. So any path that they wanted to take, I don't feel like it's really that possible. As long as Fury can remain alive, not get knocked, and not give Gas an opening, I don't see much going on here for Gas Cans past these smokes. They're living off the smokes right now. That's not to mention, there's great shots on the end of Gas Cans, but Waikiki with a nice spray with that mini. He's going to find the head of Nikos as well. And Honey Badger does find a knock, actually. Nice knock from Honey, but he does get spotted out from Waikikamuka. So nice job from Fury there, holding them out, gathering more points, creating more space. I mean, these guys have a lot of real estate to work with now, especially when they find Leda.
You know what? In game, I think it was game 3, I was wondering, I wonder how Cow has burnt through so much mini ammo so quickly. And I guess we just found out, as Fury with 11 kills, they will be able to loot those bodies. So Cow's going to be looking good right now as the zone centers up. Comets, T8, and Fury in a good position. But let's not forget, later, playing as that solo player for Dodge, he's just a snake in the grass for Fury right now.
He is, and we see Slappers trying to make something. I mean, they know Cap is in this dip. They were shooting at them earlier. They know a nice headshot comes out. They definitely know T8 is there. They have to do something here. We have 4 dudes in a gas station. That's hard to siege, especially when Fury can shoot at you. I think any play that they have, they can get third-partied from Fury. And I mean, really, it's just hard, man. Like, this position is so hard. They might wait a little bit as the zone will push Illusion and Nightly in first before them. That might create an opening for them. So they might be trying to bide their time, wait for these teams that have to move immediately to move and open something up for them. As we see Nightly getting in their vehicles, just a buggy and a bike to their name. We'll see where they go.
It looks like potentially they're going to go hard to the south and try to send it into Fury, but I don't think they realize, you know, we mentioned this so many times, Fury was such a wide area of the zone under their control. They're going to hear these vehicles moving in. Nightly just playing a bit of a ridge now, but this is just their scouting area. They have to start making a move as Steezy taking some big shots over towards Comet, and now it looks like Nightly, they're just going to send it in. Flood and Ronan are going to be waiting for this. They want to make something big happen right now.
And I like what they're doing, taking their time. Nightly, really good patience, not just driving into what would be a devastating trap with a buggy and a bike. And even still, I mean, it's hard, right? They're taking their time, but Fury's still playing this patiently. They're getting good trades, nice shots from Waikiki as he does take a lot of damage there. So Titan and Maroons being the last 2 members up, they could do some damage here still. Flood looking for the heads, does find it. My goodness, this guy with his shots. The sprays from Flood are unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Flood is just such an insane player. Oh, no. Leda takes down Flood. He popped up out of nowhere, and that eliminates Fury in 8th place. Just as we were singing their praises, we can't count Dodge out. But, I mean, up on this northern side, Illusion, they're going to be getting a player knocked to Hambino. There's now 1 player left up. It's going to be Free Me Please. He wants to try and get the res, but as Slappers start to send it in towards this, it's going to make things rough, especially with no cap in between these 2 teams. Big nade landing on towards Beamy, though, so this could be the opening here that Slappers needed to make this cross. Oh no, he doesn't spot Flamey just right out in the open. Flamey going to be able to take down one. Drassel gets the trade, but he's taken down in return as Free Me Please from range finishes off Sevilla. Down go No Cap, down go Slappers as we're now down to our top 5 teams, and I don't think they realize that No Cap have been eliminated yet.
I don't think they do either, and I can't believe that Illusion is alive. I mean, I thought they were the team that would die for sure. I don't know how they managed to survive. That ravine must be longer than I remember, but I mean, the pressure left on the west from the south, and then the east killed each other, so they're in there. I mean, nicely played from Illusion to stay alive to this point. We have a 4-man of Comets, a 4-man of Steezy, and 3, you know, maybe he'll get the res. If not, 3 solos in the north and the south. He might get the res here. I think he will get the res. At the zone, once again, Donuts favoring the southwest or southeast just a little bit. I mean, T8 and Comets, they don't have to do anything here. No one really does other than Illusion. So I'm curious to see if one of these teams really makes something happen this zone, or if kind of what I'm expecting to just be kind of a lot of nothing this zone.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how Comets decide to play this, because let's be real, as this zone starts to close in, it is going to make things rough. They're on the very edge. They've got themselves a bit of a compound, so we'll have to stick with that for the time being, see exactly how they're doing. Illusion still have to make a push in from the north right now. 22 seconds until this zone starts closing in. It's going to make things a little bit rough for them.
It is, and let's see what we're doing with the vehicle here, Zealot. Maybe looking for something, maybe a different angle. I'm not sure. It's so hard to get out of this. They kind of understand where some of the teams are, but really not knowing where. Yeah, he does make himself a little fort. I like this. He's able to play outside with this. Oftentimes, playing outside of the gas station, even playing in the main room, it has a big window that you can just get shot from anyone on that side of your building. And to shoot at anyone, you have to put yourself in harm's way. It's just such a wide angle. As we see, shots do come out from Comets onto Illusion. Nothing's going to be found, though, as the nice smoke line from Illusion. I mean, they're trying to get into this next zone. If they can do that, they can maybe make something happen. Never count out the power of a 2-man. And we just saw Leda continue to live past Fury, who we thought was knocking on his doorstep. So anything can happen. And Matthew and Freemy are both great players as well. And you throw a couple mix of Leda and JR in there as solos. This game could go very awry for one of the 4-mans just as quick as it could go good for them.
Yep, I mean, it's very important to point out those solos down to the south. It is going to make things a little bit rough for them. As JR and Leda, they are just waiting for the time being. They don't have to move, so they're not too concerned just yet. T8, if this circle ends up shifting away from them, they might have a very rough time rotating out of this. But as we are about to hop into phase 8, I kind of want to see how Comets are going to end up playing this zone. So real quick, let's hop into some team comms and see how Comets are doing.
You can shoot, or
good or
it's like not off. We could do it like one smoke, but then Dodge is gonna know we're coming.
no, yeah, we need to do it as stealthy as we can. It's not worth it. It's not worth giving Dodge like a tip. They're gonna have one guy ratting close to us, I bet. They're gonna have one prone.
We only have 2, right? Didn't 2 die earlier?
I mean, math checks out if they're only 2. We have to.
Okay,
they should be 2. They should be 2 then. Does anyone have smokes?
Go!
One illusion smoke.
Fuck. I mean, Tia can still stare at us. I'm gonna try to stay.
I don't see anyone. I haven't seen anyone yet.
I couldn't make it up in. It should be. I can vibe.
To this right.
I'm not with you guys.
Watch out the gas station. You're kind of open now.
I'm waiting for Ill to pop off more, and then I'm gonna
Come
run.
to the safe with me.
Just care green marker peak. It's probably where they are.
Yo, you guys hear me, right? I'm not here with you guys.
Yeah, we got him.
Yeah.
They're
driving for that dead.
They're driving right on them.
Back bike is low. Back bike is low. Illusion has a free run. I need to go now. E&A.
Oh my god.
Guy on me. Lost the dodge.
Yeah.
One guy.
Oh, dude.
I'm trying to melee.
He's in a little dip next to the tractor.
It's like all yellow.
Directly on green marker. There's dodge.
I'm gonna try to go for a right on him.
It's pushing me. Throw myself bridge on yellow.
T8 is above him. He's above him.
He's probably just gonna play. Like I'm pushing
right up behind him.
Nice.
Like right next to me, pushing you. Hard pushing you. You should be here. Left bridge.
Nice.
Close.
Later die.
Oh, left.
Oh.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't hear it.
Sure.
An unfortunate play there from Comets, but really well played indeed, being able to take down so many T8 players. Matthew now in a 1v3 situation, the zone about to close in. And I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this in a 1v3 versus T8. It's going to be very rough if he's able to pull it off. But the push coming across the road, this could end up working out for Matthew here.
He does get across, which is nice. I mean, he has the high ground in this situation. It just all comes down to the mechanical peaks at this point and how tight-knit T8 plays. They are kind of spreading out. If he's good for one knock without taking any damage, anything is possible. He isn't quite accounting for as wide as Steezy is right now. So that needs to be definitely in his ideas, that someone could be clearing the edge of the zone. Mollies do come out kind of telegraphing where he's from, but Steezy's just barely going to be hidden. He doesn't quite spot him out. Just like that, Steezy peeks over, and it will be the end of the game. Nicely played from T8 to come out of the gas station there, sweep the southwest side or the southeast side. I mean, really good job from those guys.
I think we have to, honestly, though, I mean, just look at your screen. Fury, again, they absolutely fragged out 14 kills, insane damage, insane assists, and I just have to say, like, credit to them. They are really, coming to their own in this event right now, and it felt like game one, it was a little rough, but they quickly picked that all up.
I mean, they had 7 kills by phase 3 in that game, and they just continued to play even better. And I don't know if we don't see Leda get that fin there, maybe the entire game is different with Fury still standing. But regardless, still a good game played by all.
Yeah, especially being able to farm down onto gas cans towards the end. Then that was insane. But I mean, I gotta say, Dodge. I forget whether it was Leda or Finna, just waiting in the grass, biding his time, cleared out Fury. Very, very well played. We're gonna see if we could potentially get an interview with one of those players from T8. And we do, in fact, have the one and only Glucose Father 69, aka Steezy Baby. Steezy, one insane game coming out from you guys.
Yeah, man, that was definitely a fun game. We've been playing for kills basically all day, not really by our own choice. And then that game, we were all getting a little antsy, and I was like, boys, we've gotten kills all day. Let's just get the freebie. Let's just get the freebie, calm it down. And we did it. We took the freebie.
You definitely made it a freebie, which sometimes people throw the freebies. So don't discredit it just because it's a freebie. I mean, you guys played it really nice. I like the play coming out of the gas station there and sweeping the edge. So well played, man. Well played.
Yeah, for sure. It was like some fundamental stuff. Like we were trying to clear out the 2-man of Calm, and then it got a little spicy for us when we were in the split. Decided to just regroup, and then at the end there, Desi made a nice little call that we're running out of time to go for the free wrap to get behind on their side of the hill. And we marked star, and yeah, I just went for it and cleaned it up.
Yeah, man. Really well played. And I think before that game, you had, 3 placement points. So that'll definitely add a nice little padding.
Hey, I mean, everyone kept driving at us and crashing us. And this time it wasn't even on us. Like, normally that's us hard trolling. Sure. But today, people were trying to hard troll us. And I mean, we had a good time.
Yeah.
I gotta say, that was easily my clip of the night right there. You guys getting those crashes. You only lost 1 player, which was the most impressive thing to me. But I mean, let's talk about that. 3 placement points going into this game. How are you guys planning on switching that up? Does that just come down to the zones were in your favor? Or do you feel like maybe you were making some mistakes as a team that maybe put you in that position?
Well, okay. So for most of these, like we had 2 mill-based games. We're a Roz team. That's not easy for us. So anytime we get a mill-based game as a Raw's team, like the way we think about it is if we have a good, like half-decent advantage fight to take, we just take it. Like the kill points at that point are the most consistent way to play that out as like a second prio on zone or second last prio on zone team. So like we generally take a lot of fights in those zones anyways. And then for a couple of the other games, like it wasn't really up to us. Like a team that went for the seat swaps on us. By the way, I had a red dot mini trying to shoot at them. But like that stalled us out. And then we got hard crash when Weem had the 1v4 in the flat top, and we didn't really have choices on those. But just in general, our playstyle right now is trying to be a lot more aggressive and just fight people.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of last week, you guys are playing super aggressive. You in particular, I believe it was you and Zealot that were just fragging like crazy. I mean, the whole of you were, but you and Zealot, I think, taking the top of the leaderboards with kills. So aggressive playstyle coming from you guys seems to be working. And even though like 2 milli games, Razak team, you're completely right. That's terrible. And it's definitely good that you guys have the recognition to fight for the kill games when you need to. And I think you guys are definitely able to do that. And you're able to take the points whenever you're not gifted the zone and at least create those consistent point earning games. So regardless, nice job. And you're able to take the win whenever it's given to you and capitalize and make sure it's a win, right? Like we said earlier, freebie isn't always a freebie. People throw them all the time. So
it was definitely there was definitely throwable points, but yeah, we we closed it out. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, man, for sure, bro, for sure.
You guys are killing it on the cast too, by the way. So
thank you so much, man. I
Content's
just
gold.
wish you were here to join us, but you know what? I think you'd much rather be playing, honestly.
I thought about throwing, and then I was like, man, but these kills are so free.
Hey,
you know, and I
came
just
so
went for
close
it.
last week. You should have just done it, man. You should have just kept that momentum going.
If we played like all of our day ones, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you know what? I think it really just goes to show, though, and I think it is kind of an important reminder to any team out there not to get disheartened if you have one bad day, because you guys clearly showed, like, over in the qualifiers that, okay, sure, you had a pretty terrible day one. I think that's fair to say. And you knew, all right, we're a confident team. We can get kills. You came back. And then you managed to qualify out in first position, going from, I think, 13th up to first in the space of a day.
Have an 80-point day, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, I think this game is literally 90% mental. Like, even down to the micro gunfights, 90% is mental. So, like, if you can hit that switch right, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are capable of popping off like that. It's just about everyone hitting that switch at the same time.
Yeah, really well spoken. You're completely right. It is a huge mental game. But yeah, man, thanks so much for stopping by. Like Chunk said, I wish you were here with us, but you decided to
Another
frag out
time.
last week. So another time for sure, man. But yeah, thank you so much. Good job to you guys. I think we are going to go to a quick break, though. We're going to be back with the scores later. So stay tuned and yeah, don't go anywhere.
All right.
Tokyo, summer, hear it whisper. ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky because the future's looking far too light. I am ready for a long dive ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of newly worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. Touchdown on the surface of my heart. The feeling's ever gone. A brave adventurer like me. Members everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of newly worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine.
Well, what an impressive set of games we had this evening. 5 games, I believe 4 different winners, and absolutely huge from all the teams involved. We are just waiting on the leaderboards to be updated. The PUBG API is running a little slow, but real quick, I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors. First of all, let's give a shout out to the one and only Twire GG for providing the leaderboards, for bearing with us. They are dealing with all these technical problems behind the scene, which, by the way, they are no fault of Twire's right there. That is just, sometimes things run slow. So Twire working through all of this. I say this all the time. Without Twire, the PUBG scene as we know it would not exist. These guys provide all of the leaderboards for pretty much every tournament. And even, you know, tournaments that they aren't officially working with, they'll still provide public leaderboards, public stats that you guys can go and view. So if you guys just want to see how PGIS teams are stacking up right now, you can go onto Twire, you can look at that, and then it can maybe give you a hint with your pick'ems for the first week before the teams have had a chance to play together.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I didn't know you could check out the PGIS standings. Was it like from scrim results or?
Yeah, the PGIS scrims, pretty much every PUBG event out there is on Twire, and you can go through and look at all of the stats and everything. It's a really awesome tool. And also they have this awesome rotation. I know I'm going on about Twire a bit now, but, you know, I love them. They also have this awesome rotation analyzer. So if you maybe want to see how teams play and stuff, and how you can maybe emulate their play style, you can actually go and see their kind of rotations that they pulled from the API, and you can see exactly how teams decide to play games given any specific zone.
I love seeing the technology just continue to evolve. It's really cool. So thank goodness for people like Twire and organizations like Twire, right? But bring it into our next, not necessarily a sponsor, more of a partner that we love to raise awareness for, and that's Fred Hutch. If you weren't here earlier when we described what they do, it's a cancer research foundation. They're leading the charge in a lot of ways in cancer research, figuring out how to combat it and save lives of the loved ones that I'm sure it's affected everyone in chat. And also, they've been on board of COVID research, figuring out the trialing and erroring that goes on with developing a vaccine. It's a huge, extensive process. A lot of really smart people get stumped with it for a really long time, but they're making strides, eliminating possibilities. And, you know, the process of elimination, they're getting closer and closer. So huge shout out to Fred Hutch. We love supporting them as much as we can, and we actually have a goal right now. Is in the panel below. I believe that there's a donate panel below the stream that you can donate to Fred Hutch. All the donations go to Fred Hutch. I believe the goal from 303 this year is to raise $25,000 by the end of December, and give all that money to Fred Hutch, which, I mean, that would just do such amazing things. As I've heard a little bit of the rundown from the behind the scenes of a couple of the scientists there, which we've been able to talk to through the partnership with 303 and some of the streamers. You get to learn a lot about what goes on behind the scenes, and just small amounts of money like $5 goes a long way in funding the trial and error testing and all of the other forms of research that Fred Hutch does. So huge shout out to them, and thank you to Fred Hutch for wanting to be involved with an organization like 303.
Yeah, we also want to give a huge shout out to 303. You know, 303 is an org at the end of the day, as well as a tournament organizer. So we do want to thank those guys who sponsor the org itself. That's Stintsbill and Glitch Energy. Thank you so much to those guys for the constant support. And just because Apples keeps reminding me to do it, I may as well say it. There is a breakdown. So if you guys want to donate down below the stream. That all goes to Fred Hutch. Any subscriptions go to the org. Any profit from that go to 303 itself and help it improve the tournament for next time. And any bits go directly to me or D-Rich as casters for the event. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop over into the leaderboards finally, and we'll see how Tactical 8's win at the end there has affected the standings.
Oh, I need to refresh mine. What do we have here? Let's see, we have TAC 8 shooting up to 6th place. I believe they were in 8th going into that with only 19 points, so huge game for them. Good job to those guys getting themselves up there. I mean, they need to be up there, right? It's a round robin, day one. You need to solidify yourself in a nice spot in the leaderboard to really feel confident and comfortable going into the next couple days. But we do see Fury actually surpassing Gas Cans by 3 points and 5 kills. I mean, that last game from Fury, what did they go out, like 6th or something, 5th, 6th?
Yeah, they didn't get the best placement points, but they're just one of those teams that consistently frags, and it puts them all the way up to the top. And I'm sure the OS people right now are going to be so happy seeing, you know, the only OS team in the lobby out there in first at the moment.
Yeah, it's great to see. And we were talking about the OS region really needing to step up, and Fury has really done that. So huge hats off to them. Really good job. Moving down a little bit to the bottom, Systematico, yeah, opens is way different, right? Like, everyone kind of goes into opens, and the vibe is always going to be different when you hit groups with some of the more veteran players. But 3 points is just not what I expected from them when they had one player coming out day one with 17 kills just last weekend. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for them indeed. They've not picked up a single placement point here today, and it's a shame to see, but you know what? We saw how TAC 8 were able to completely reset last week. Let's see if potentially Systematicos can do the same. Another team I kind of want to point out right here, and I think I have to, is actually Valor. We saw Valor last week. They had a really tough performance when it came to the qualifiers, and they barely made it in off of that last game, just about scraping by. And it's kind of interesting to see how these players, who they are experienced comp players, that is for certain. They have a lot of experience scrimming. Maybe last week was just the fact, look, they're in a new lobby that they're maybe not used to with a lot of teams they've never scrimmed against. And now maybe now that they're in this format, kind of in their element, this is where we see them start to shine.
Well, and hopefully they get even a little bit more comfortable, because 23 points is not bad. It puts them in a position where they're in definitely, I mean, comfortable distance to come back and have a good day and be just fine, right? I would like to see them do a little bit better. And we did see Duel. They had two pretty rough last two games, but still at 27 points. Actually, I didn't expect that. I hadn't looked at the leaderboards much until now, and knowing they had those two bad games at the end, and you know, best of 5, there's really not a whole lot of room to make up a lot of points. I'm excited to see them still in the upper half of the leaderboard with 27 points. So nice job to them by at least doing their work early so they could have a little bit of breathing room in the end, just in case something went awry. And all of those things that I saw that happened, I mean, they can make major improvements to that, and they surely know how to do it already. It's just about implementing it. So I'll look for them to do even better the next time that they play.
Yeah, and one thing I kind of notice about this leaderboard as well is it's kind of in blocks almost. This is the way I kind of break it down. Look, you have Febuary and Guadalajara gas cans. They're like the first block. They're the top at the moment. Then you kind of have all of these teams from Illusion down to TAC 8. They're like the second block. And then you kind of have Duel all the way down to like probably Valor or even Dodge potentially. They're the third block. And then you have a Crash all the way down to Young Kings. They're like the fourth block. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how, remember, it is group stages. So all these teams, they're going to be mixed up. They're going to be playing against other teams. It's going to be interesting to see how those blocks kind of change with new teams coming in and out. I think it's going to be really exciting to watch. And you know, I think it shows that there really are some tier 1 teams out there. I think Fury and Gas Cans are like the prime example of that. But let's not forget these teams that can consistently qualify for these large events like Illusion, Enigma, Comets, TAC 8. They're all amazing teams, and it almost shows kind of levels of experience now in these blocks.
You're right, and Illusion and Enigma, I don't think we've really touched on them, along with Comets. All three being in 3 to 5 range on the leaderboard. A really good day from them, and especially Enigma. I didn't expect them to come out and kill as heavily as they did, which I'm really happy to see it. Good stuff by those guys. I didn't think that they couldn't do it. It's just that I didn't necessarily see that out of them last game. Remember, they were in a very bad position near the end of the final day, and they were able to scrape it back and put themselves in just a fine position when you go look at the leaderboard now. But they definitely didn't start the last tournament out, the Opens, a weekend before. They didn't start it out with as much intensity as they have now. So I'm really happy to see that. I expected Illusion and Comets to be up there, and I definitely expected Enigma to be there. But I'm happy to see them come out firing instead of the previous showing where they had a long time getting started.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the leaderboards, but let's take a minute to talk about what's going to happen over the next couple weeks. Sure. Obviously, we're in the group stages right now, the first day of the group stages, and, you know, that was Group A versus Group B. Tomorrow, we're going to have Group B versus Group C. Same time, same place, 7 p.m. EST, right here at 303 Esports. The day after, we're going to have Group A versus Group C. So that kind of gives Group A, I like to think that Group A are going to be kind of the most confident because they know how many points they need to be able to qualify after that, or at least roughly how many points they're going to need to be able to get into that top 16. Then next weekend and the weekend after, we're going to have the grand finals where the top 16 teams from the group stages move on to compete for our prize pool of, I believe it's a $4,000 prize pool, which is absolutely huge. I have the breakdown somewhere. I have lost it though. But yeah, I mean, we're going to have awards for, you know, the top fraggers, the MVPs as voted for by the viewers. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited, and I cannot wait for the next few weeks.
It's going to be good, man, especially when these teams in the group stage really start finding their footing. And I'm fine with a round-robin format, which is what we have going on right now. But I really feel like you can watch a tournament and appreciate it the most when it's 16 teams from top to bottom. And it's the 16 teams you start with and finish with. And these teams can really get a feel for each other, really start developing some understanding of what to expect going into each game. And that's what we're going to get in the grand finals, which I'm super stoked to be a part of and to watch. And I think everyone should be, because these teams really are good. And as North America PUBG continues to evolve, yeah, we have some really, I mean, Oath, SDK, Sonics, and Zenith are all in Korea right now. So they're not here participating in this. It's a great opportunity for teams to come up and rise up and really, you know, mark their stamp on North American PUBG, whether it be an Oath team like Fury or some other teams that we see rising like Enigma, for example. I'm excited to see what they can do in a grand finals formatting. And if they can continue to play well, they can definitely solidify their spot in that. So I'm super pumped to look about it, or to watch it. And I think also there might be another award like per game, each team that wins.
Yeah, I think each winning team for every game does also get a prize. So it means that if you end up winning the overall event, you know, that $1,000, that's the starting point. If you can frag out consistently, get some big kill games, get some chicken dinners, hey, who knows how much you guys can earn. So I think that's going to be an incentive for all of these teams. But that is it for us this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. That's 7 p.m. EST over here at twitch.tv/303 Esports. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you, everyone who took part, everyone working behind the scenes to make this happen, because it is not easy, and I have huge respect for the guys organizing this. Thank you so much. Any last words, D-Rich, before we go?
That's it for me, man. You can send us off. See you guys.
Well, that's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining, and I will see you guys tomorrow.